You ain't got time for dueling?
War battle, we coming full throttle. Sanctuary.
You do now. Where you going?
To show our metal. Coooley crew and DFC.
You ain't got time for dueling?
Chosen few. Fire up the night.
Well, you better make
Thursday
time.
Night, that's what we do.
Caution thrown to the wind from this guy. And that's what these two guys are doing right here. Clicking and holding against one another and trying to whittle their opponent's life total down to 0. Jeep off to an... Oh my god! Huge comeback from 1! From Toshank, just keeping the pressure up and constant damage. Look at this. We got some more lates in to do, boys.
Have you or a loved one been involved in a violent duel to the death? Then you could be entitled to a Fight of the Night bonus. Show up and put on a show, and one of these pricey prizes could be yours. Brought to you by Mooches, Hall of Fame phenom and timeless champion of the DFC. Show up, show out, but most importantly, show off those PvP skills.
Oh, baby! That was like Brad Pitt and Troy right there, baby.
Yeah, Bill, we've got a couple more weeks of those prizes, Bill. That's what it is. So, yeah, they'd better get in them. They better get in on it, because it's about to get violent. The final few times, you know what it is. Oh, hey, I didn't see you guys there. Bill is definitely in here somewhere. I was not talking to myself. As you can see, we've got the game on the big screen, boys. It's Thursday night. What up, Smolfs, Wicked, One Ball, Enigma, Nimrod, Old School Echo, Jesus Christ, Primo. Wow. And Kyle, definitely not the Quill Rat, the crazy fox himself. Boys, listen. This is the darkest week of the entire year, and you know what I mean by that. But just know, when we get through this one, we can get through anything. Holy shit, fellas. I'm not sure if you saw the card, but goddamn. Look at this thing. We've got the era of the Squigs. This guy's got himself an absolute savage. Champion in the making. He's going up against tonight. Going up against Javito. Javito will have the option to go up against the Squigs on the Necro. Could it be a mirror? A gentleman's match of the Bone Spear accuracy? Well, we'll just see about that. By the way, Canadian Dab God, what a savage. Look at this guy. Gifting a sub to the champion himself. Bro, big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much. Let's tip one back to this guy and celebrate here tonight. The homie. Absolutely, man. So good to see you guys. Happy Thursday. This is going to be an epic one, man. I think Javito is going to be going in on the Din. I'm not sure, though. Squigs has definitely practiced up against the Din. He's definitely got some reps in there against a highly reputable opponent. All right, one that is pretty savage, I must say. So Javito, no matter how he slices it tonight, is going to have his work cut out for him. But maybe he could pull a surprise, go in there with some neck v neck. We're going to see, man. Either way, should be epic. Then we've got Mecha, the new era of the Melee division, going up against, we're going to see this at the title spot for the first time in a while. Din versus Druid. New rules apply. Fort Phoenix in play for Mecha, the Paladin. Darius, an absolute legend in the Melee arena. He's going to be trying to take the crown once again tonight against quite possibly the most dominant Melee champion in recent history. Savage wins under this guy's belt. Like we were saying, practically undefeated in recent history. He has avenged all of his losses. Mecha truly is the Din the division has been waiting for. But can Darius put him down? We're going to find out. Then we've got DD on the Sork. And speaking of Dins, the promised ones, we've got Nimrod, who has a huge task in front of him tonight. He's going to be trying to take on DD on his probably most savage class that he's ever on. DD on the Sorceress, Nimrod on the Signature Paladin. This one's going to be tough in the level 30 division. Nimrod has definitely shown some serious skill on this Din, but he's going to have to bust out everything he's got tonight because DD is a legendary champion at level 30. Very, very scary opponent. Gonna be wild, man. Then we've got Clint going. He's gonna bring in anything. He's bringing the kitchen sink against Polytheus tonight. That's gonna be probably one of the most important duels Clint has seen in a very long time. A win over Polytheist here tonight could be the most significant win of all time for Clint. Could mean big things. But Paulie is going to try to put him down in the way that Paulie does. What a savage, man. This guy, the gatekeeper of the title shots. He's playing guard for Squigs right now. This guy is Squigs' bodyguard is what it is. He is keeping them all down there. And then, of course, we've got Dirty One, Enigma. Can't wait to see that one. Kyle, who's definitely not the Quill Rat. I don't know where these rumors keep coming from, but they need to stop, okay? There is no shot this guy ever beat me in the Blood more, okay? He's not that Quill Rat. He did not evolve. That Quill Rats are NPCs. Now that we've got that out of the way, Kyle on the Cold Sword versus Jovo on the Din. This one's going to be wild, man. I think probably the toughest fight Kyle's had so far. Jovo is a savage. Now, theoretically, the Sorceress, you might argue a Cold Sorceress has an advantage here. I wouldn't necessarily say that. It really depends on the skill of the Din. And Jovo is a savage, so Kyle's going to have to be quick. He's going to have to get in and out. He's going to have to set some traps for Jovo to run into. And he's going to have to rely. He's a very aggressive Cold Sword player, but that could get him in trouble tonight if he's not careful. He might have to back off a little bit, but maybe it's not in his vocabulary. We're going to find out. And then we've got Montriana on the Din versus Dollhouse on the Sin. Tough matchup. But Montriana always bringing the most creative tactics to the duel. He's going to find out what he can pull off tonight versus the Dollhouse himself. Savage, promising Din player, or Sin player, Dollhouse. This guy's insane, man. Then we've got in the HLD division, Nimrod versus Julvan. Oh, man. It doesn't get easy. It doesn't get easy for Nimrod. He just keeps having the most savage duelers. And Julvan is going to show him what's up. Now, theoretically, this is advantage for the Din player. However, you can't underestimate this Julvan. If you've ever seen him jamming and slamming on the barb, the tricks he pulls out, the savage chains he does, Nimrod is not going to be allowed to make a mistake tonight because Julvan's going to punish him for it. They swapped to SVS, Fire Be Cold. I'm happy to see that. That might actually be cool. Way better to see, honestly. I think that's going to be a more enjoyable duel. Din's, if Jovo loses that, you feel bad for the Din, and it definitely doesn't feel good for Kyle the way he would have to play it. So honestly, if they go SVS, I think that would be great. Either way, up to them. It could be great either way. But then we've got Riz versus the Foos. Oh my god, man. Toughest battle for Foozer right here. If Foozer can come out on top and win this one, that's also a big statement for this guy. He has been just getting opponent after opponent, and he has been shining, showing those beautiful chains, the PvP prowess. But now, his toughest opponent to date, Riz, the Rizzler himself, the most aggressive D2 player of all time. Can he take him down? We're going to find out. Not sure what Riz is bringing to the table. Could be a Barb, could be a Sin. Either way, I can promise you one thing. He's going to be whirling. That boy's going to be whirling. We also had Shapendi. He had to step out. Look, this guy is famous. He's got a lot of stuff going on. Now that he is climbing up the ranks in the DFC, he had a lot of interviews and shit that he had to do. Fucking Time magazine wanted to talk to him. There was a lot of shit going on. So this guy had to step out, unfortunately, but we respect that. We all have things that we have to do, right? And in light of that, they're throwing that Coooley guy in there versus Harlot. Harlot on the Necro or the Druid. They're putting Coooley in there on a Din fucking guy. Wow. Never gives up on that Din, no matter how bad he is. I don't fucking... Who let him in this event anyway? Did you do that, Primo? We're gonna have to talk. We're gonna have to talk after the show. Anyhow, then we've got Track Amp on his signature Shaman Druid versus the GDA Master. Man, that's gonna be wild. GDA on the Barb, Track Amp on the Druid. Track Amp has done it before, but he certainly won't have ping advantage for this. The ping advantage goes to the Barbarian in this, and he's gonna have to be flighty. All right, he's gonna have to get in and out. He's gonna have to watch out for those vicious telestomps, vicious timing of GDA Master, aka the Ariat Summit himself. It's gonna be wild, man. Then we've got Will versus Ja, another one, I think, a very, very high caliber duel. I've been waiting to see these guys go at it again for a very long time, and man, I can't wait to see it. LLD Division, we've also got the GDA Master versus AF50. That one should be a shootout, man. GDA has the option of Barb or Zon, AF50, Barb, or Sin. Whichever one they pick, I think that one could actually be pretty balanced, pretty back and forth. We're gonna see, though. Holy shit, can't wait for it. Then speaking of AF50, well, who's this guy? He's going up against Coooley in the Melee Division. Easy fucking PK. They're giving him free wins. They're giving AF50 free wins. God damn, this guy's back in Melee. What is this? Then we've got Alex also against Shapendi. Had to step out, so we might need a fill for that. He and I might be able to sneak something in. You know, if I can get past that AF50 guy. But then we've got GDA Master showing up at all three divisions tonight versus Jovo returning to the Melee Division. That's going to be the classic Din v Druid. Really looking forward to seeing more duels like this in Melee. And speaking of which, we've got the Jagger Swags versus Smolps. Smolps has absolutely flatlined everybody that he's gone up against in the Melee Division right now. And tonight, he's going to need the RNG gods to smile upon him, to shine in his favor. Because Jagger Swagger is one of the most savage Din players the Melee Division and Melee in general has ever seen. And then speaking of which, we've got the two savage, highly ranked Dins, Donger versus Nate Fizzle. They saved the best for last on this card. That one's going to be fireworks, man. Really can't wait to see it, boys. Happy Thursday. It's time for some violence, man. I hope you guys are ready.
Your power is no match for mine.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! All right, boys, look at this. I see some stuff going on. I see some people in the Discord just peeking in on Nim here, seeing what's going on. He's standing. Look at this. Look at this. This guy's standing ominously by the fire. That's the Din we all know and love, waiting on his opponent, getting ready for the violence. But in case this is your first time in the DFC, you're wondering, you're like, what the hell? What do I do here? This entire world makes no sense to me. Well, let me just show you what's going on. Let me just show you what to do. All right, here we are, boys, and this is basically it. All you got to do in the DFC here is just, you should have access to all of these cool channels now, like DFC chat, DFC results over here. Look at this. You're one of the cool kids now. Welcome aboard. Now look, when you finally contact your opponent, you get squared away, right? You get yourself a game up, you guys go join it, get ready to jam, slam, and Alabama. Then all you gotta do is pop into this channel right here. You'll see me, Kyle, who is definitely not the Quill Rat, as it says right there in his name. You'll see me, him, Nimrod, just chilling here. And once you share your screen, that lets me know, all right, this guy's ready to jam, ready to slam, ready to throw down. And then that allows us to pop in and check out your duel. Now look, when your duel is done, if you're the winner, usually it's the winner, but it could be anybody, right? If you're the winner, pop into this channel right here, DFC results. And then you can kind of see how people are posting this right here, right? Just let us know what happened in the duel so the bad boys behind the scenes can get you an appropriate match for next week. See, look at this. Conan, Whirlwind Barb wins 4-1 and 4-2 versus someone whose name who starts with a C, Charger LLD. Guy must suck. Guy must be terrible. Can't even beat a Barb player. Yeah, either way, that's the format right there. Pretty simple, man. But for right now, one step at a time. Just reach out to your opponent, get a game going. If you need some help figuring out the ping, how to set a game up, just let us know. We'll help you out. You need a central game? Primo. Usually he's got one right up. Look at this, right in this chat right here. Oh, look, he probably farmed a bridge map for you and everything. He ain't messing around. But that's it, boys. That's basically how to do it. So welcome aboard, welcome in. I'm ready. And I hope you guys are too. Tonight's going to be wild. Let's get it fired up. All right. I've got a couple of duels. I've got a couple of duels tonight on this card. I've got Melee, and I got Thrown In versus Harlot. We're going to have to sharpen up these skills. Really appreciate you, by the way, Primo. Thank you so much, man. Always getting those savage, perfectly farmed maps. Central game. I don't know what we do without this guy. True MVP, Primo. Tip one back to this guy. Let's jam it. Controller AA, Melee too strong, needs a ban. Yeah, we're going to look into it. We're going to study the tapes of Smolps and see what kind of hacking he's doing. And yeah, if he is deserving of a ban, we won't hesitate to issue one. All right? Because he's certainly been flatlining a lot of his opponents in Melee. It's about time we look into this. H-map, no shrines, no houses, no wells above the den. Very few puddles even. God damn, that's a perfect map. That is a perfect map, dude. That's wild. All right. You know what? I told Alex if we could sneak it in, let's sneak it in. And I don't see any matches going on. I'm going to reach out to him. I'm going to be like, look, let's get this in here. Let's jam this. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And then, of course, we've got... Wow. We've got some shit going on. We also have to be ready. We also have to be ready for a Necro or a Droid. Alright, in light of which, I need the most savage Necro players that the world has to offer. I say we do this. Alright, I'm gonna join up on the central game that Primo started up as well. And that's to give myself a disadvantage. That's to give myself a disadvantage. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm headed there now. Let's get in there and jam it.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Alright. Turn this auto party shit off. Ain't nobody need that auto party. Alright. I've got my Juves. Those will indeed be online for the match. Especially if Harlot chooses a druid.
Yes.
Alright, we up in here. I don't know if I have my Necro gear on. Yeah, I definitely don't. Or maybe I do. I mean, we've got some rep life. We've got... Yeah, fuck it. Fuck them. Probably switch to this. Wait, how much cast we got? We've got 135. Alright, so this can be... Yep, this can be that. Oh, man. I feel bad. I feel bad for any of those Necro players. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is gonna be bad. Real bad. Ooh. Damn, son. Damn, son. Look at this. Almost 6k life? What? A Coooley Din with 6k life? That's wild. By the way, what's up, Solus? What's up, Kreider? By the way, what's up, Darius? Yeah, no worries, Darius. Hope we get to see it, man. Hope we get to see it, brother. Alright. It must be Thursday. D2R DGen, what's up, man? Good to see you. Good to see you, brother. It certainly is. It is certainly Thursday. The time has come. The time is now. Yeah, we're getting warmed up here. We've got some big duels here tonight. And while we wait for some people to pop into the join the stream, share their screen, we're gonna get some reps in. We're gonna get some reps in. Let me get my notepad ready to go. You never know how that's gonna go. Get the queue up and ready to jam. All right, we're looking good. We're looking good. Yeah, literally, I'm just looking for the most savage Necro players in the world. I'm giving myself a disadvantage here with the ping. And that is purposely. Either. Yep. Necro preferably. Just because Druid is not a very fun game plan. It's super boring, but it's also very easy. I don't really need to practice it much. Don't need to practice it too much. Alright, here we go. I think that FOH hurt him. Yeah, we getting dialed in. We getting dialed in. Getting dialed in. Pulls on the left? Alright. Thank you. Getting a little sneaky with that pool, okay? Okay. Trying to gank me at that pool, huh? Activating that goddamn mode. Oh, so lucky. So lucky you got me at that mana pool. It's all right. That's all right. I like him playing like that. I like it when Vito plays like that. Keep it dirty. Keep it dirty. And look at this, Javito. Challenging for the title tonight. Who knows? He might be on a necro. This guy's looking clean. He's looking clean. True, that could be it. Hold on, though. I do see Jewel Van up in here. We know what this guy's jamming on tonight. Let's check this out, brother. Hell yeah. All right. All right, let's check it out. I think we might have... Oh, wow, look at this. We've got ourselves a Jewel Van matchup. Let's jam it, boys. Hell yeah, this guy on a barbarian. And tonight he's going to be going up against an absolute legend. This is Jewel Van versus Nimrod. These guys ready to jam, ready to throw down. He says, waiting on Nim? Oh, word. Okay, word. All right, no worries. We also have... me and Alex that could throw down in some melee. Yep. I've seen him around, though. Probably won't be long. All right, no worries. No worries. All right, while we wait on word back about the game from Alex, let's get another one in there. Let's get another one in there. Let's just get... Yeah, you notice this ping. This is something a Din should never have. Ping over 1. Something a Din should never have. Shut up, Joby. I've won countless duels in the DFC this year. Countless. Unable to be counted. Yeah, I can see where you're going with that. One word. Look at this Necro. He's such an absolute god, he levitates. I've never seen a Necro so godly. If we had a kneel emote in this game, it would totally respect this Trang Necro here. Wouldn't fuck with that in the Bloodmore. No, you probably don't want to Grief versus the Necro. You're not going to catch a good one. It's a trap. It's a trap. You're better off actually just smiting with the Hodo and getting good. But if you're going up against a really bad Necro, you could definitely get him with Grief. Here's the problem. Grief is a trap because the Necro's cast frames and with the FHR and everything, they'll beat you. They'll just stand toe-to-toe with you if you want to Grief. That's fine. They'll just do that. And they'll win. Bet that Necro probably wants some TFC duels. Yeah. Yeah, unlike Joby. That friggin' guy. How many of you won this year, Joby? How many DFC duels have you won this year? Let's count them. Haven't lost a single one. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Well, that's fair. That's fair. Well, I already told you I won so many I can't even count them. I won so many I can't even count them. You think I remember the losses? You think, I mean, it's just countless. It's countless amount. So there is that. All right. Let's get up in there. Let's get violent. We've got ourselves a duel. We've got ourselves a melee duel here. We are stepping in for Shapendi. This guy had a lot of interviews, a lot of things that he had to do today. But that's all right. We've got him covered. Some Din v Din violence. Let's go. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. I say we just jam it. I say we just go. Hell yeah. Alright, I think you were right. I think you were right. We definitely needed this. We definitely needed this. Alright, I'm showing no mercy to the Smiticus here. Big hits, man. Uh-oh. Damn, son. Are we hitting the IAS breakpoint here? I gotta check this. That felt slow. That felt real slow. I don't think we are. We're actually not. We're actually not hitting breakpoint. I didn't swap. I didn't swap. No swap. Didn't count. Didn't count. Didn't count. Oh, man. Holy shit. I mean, I didn't swap. This helm was on the whole time. This helm was on the entire time. Alright. Now this is going to be a better duel. What you got? Alright. Alright. Let's get the bad RNG out of the way, huh? Let's get the bad RNG out of here. Alright. Let's get the bad RNG out. Here we go. Yeah, what you gotta do is strategically move your cursor around in a circle like this. Don't even look at your life till... This is all about skill. And I don't see a lot of people utilizing these skills like I have in Melee. Alright? I don't see him utilizing it like this. Alright, cover up the life total. It doesn't matter. I can't see it in my peripherals. I must have forgot bow there, though. I guess we gotta see it so I remember that I have bow. That was obvious. That was too fast to have had bow. Alright, here we go. Oh, I must have forgot bow again. What the fuck? God damn it. Twice in a row I forgot bow? What the fuck? Yeah, I know. I must not have it hotkeyed. Alright, it's time to go fucking retard on this. It's time to go fucking retard. Yep, it's time. Absolute fucking tard strength activate. That's what we're doing. Tard strength activate. We're gonna do it. We're gonna give up the breakpoint and everything. I don't even know if we'll have max block. Yeah, we definitely don't. We don't even have cannot be frozen. We didn't really think this. Alright. Alright, swap one. Alright, swap one. Swap one. Yeah, going in for the first swap, boys. We gotta go into the tank here for this. I do like that. We've got to have this. Max block might be a good idea. I say we do this. Yeah. Can't do that. Alright. Been coaching AF50? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 22k. We have way less defense now. Think you're in trouble on the other match? Well, that's alright. We're coming out of the shitter on this one. Just like that. You just wait till I get fucking locked in.
Yes.
You just wait. How do we only have 61% block? Hold on, we gotta fix this. Swap one. Swap one. 6-1 and 61% block. Does that fix it? Not really. It doesn't actually fix it. Alright. Alright, I'm just gonna jam it. Throw on Valor? Probably should. At this point, fuck it. We have a lot of damage reduction, though. It's, like, really high. We have, like, 80-something damage reduction. Which some would say is overkill. Alright, swap 2. I think that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Who needs that extra 3% block? It doesn't really matter.
I am overburdened.
Yeah, we can't compete in melee without a Pally Vizzo. We can't compete. A must-have. It's what we need. Yeah, that's right. Retract that message, Joby. Swap 2. Alright, we're going back to the original. Alright. Let's jam it. Here we go. Well, there it is, boys. There it is. We need to get a Pally Vizzo. We can't win. Can't win without one, bros. Just can't do it.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Yeah, I probably should have. I just can't win. This is why I stopped Melee, because this needs to be a Pally Vizzo. I just can't compete. I can't compete. Kratos and I are ready. Oh, hell yeah, Nim. I'll pop in and just right after this. All right. We'll show off the gear here to our opponent as well. Hold on. We'll mouse over it. That's pretty sick. See, we need one of these, man. We just can't compete without one. I think this was the final piece. I had a nice little build here, but this Pally Vizzo makes it so you don't have to like waste. Yeah, I actually wasn't even hitting the break point there. We need to swap that charm out. But yeah, like I don't know why, but this charm slot makes it a world of difference. Just a world of difference. Giving up that DR on the helm, I can't quantify it. But I'm like 0-72 against Dins that have this helm. That is a fact. Like 0-72. I've never beat one that has a Pally Vizzo helm. So if we're doing off the cuff stats, this is a must-have item in Din v Din. This is. I never knew how important this was. This thing is beautiful, and look at this. Look at Alex's helm. This guy ain't fucking around coming in on a Din. He's got himself a pretty decked out Din here, and I love this sacred armor as well. Godly of self-repair, got the 2 sockets, man. Don't hesitate. Don't forget to pick those up in the more. Yeah, beautiful hammer there too. 400 damage. Damn, son. A little bit of cold check there as well. Not like you need it. You usually have Raven Frost for it, but some people get all fired up about cold damage on that. Not necessary per se. 10x 3620 for 25k AR. No shit. Damn, son. Vicious Din. We'll be checking the tapes for hacks here. We'll be doing a complete review to see if Alex was hacking. There's a very good possibility he was, and that we will have to ban him. But hey, you know, I hope he enjoyed showing that Din off. All right. Hope he enjoyed it. We're gonna have to check in. Yeah, he says lowest that one's probably pretty reasonably priced. Faux show, brother. GG's, man. All right. But just because we are defeated doesn't mean we're demoralized, and it doesn't mean we've stooped to Joby's level. All right, we're not that bad yet. All right, well. If we keep this losing streak up, though, we might get there. So we're still a ways off, though. Thank God. All right, we've got Julvan versus the Nimrod. And let's check it out, man. This one's going to be so epic. Din v Barb. It's hard to tell who to root for in this. Julvan theoretically has the disadvantage, but I think this guy might surprise you. Look what he's got in his cube there, boys. Look what he's got in his cube.
I can't use this yet.
That is something right there. That is something. I think that is the secret trick to taking down the Dins in this matchup. Especially, I think Vito might have gone Hammered In, which I think it's a more interesting matchup with Hammered In. Yeah, it looks like he's getting in there. That's what he's doing. Hell yeah, this is going to be a bout right here. AF50 match going to be a good one. Can't wait, dude. Oh, nice life tap there from Julvan. But he's He's wisely not going to get too hyper aggro with it. He's just gonna be patient. Look at this, staying on the outside. He's probably going to be, there it is. He's busting out that bow. He's looking for some shots from the outside. Yeah, it's going to be sick, man. It's going to be sick. Basically anything except for Paladin and Druid, except for when they're going up against each other. That's who can use Fort. Ooh, nice hams here from Nim. Amazing hammer placement. These are the things. I think at this point, in my experience with the Barb, you really got to catch these dins and make them think that it's safe to do shit like that, right? Get in there and stomp you while you're whirlwind. That's what you got to do. And if you got that bow, much like what Julvan's busting out here, if you've got that bow, that's going to make it so that oh, nice hits there again from Julvan. That's going to make it so they're always guessing. Nim is very low here. He might even be bow PK. He might even be widow PK. He's a widow bit low, as they might say. Look, we usually charge for jokes around here, but that one was free. You can have that one. Lock that one right in. Remember it. Ooh. Nim playing it very safe here, and it's paying off. He's landed some shots versus Julvan. He's definitely won, though. Nim is definitely won. That bow is a big threat right now. Ooh, nice stomp from Nim. That bow is a big threat. It's a KO bow is what it is. He gets in there. Risky stomp there from Julvan. But he's looking to get in. He's looking to get it done. Nim setting a nice pattern of hams here. I think he noticed he got a little too froggy in the beginning, but he gets there, man. Holy shit! From the brink of defeat, Nim brings it back, man. Showing off those din skills we was talking about. As we pop into the screen of the Nimrod himself, this guy, dirty din player. Wow, that was an impressive win, I gotta say. Very, very impressive in that round. He was very low. At that point, Julvan could have even done the walkdown strat. He could have even played a little bit as a Boazon, right? Pretend he's a Boazon, do a little bit of down guidance. Just a little bit of down guidance, getting him to stomp up in there. When he gets a little froggy, when he tries those cuts, boom, that's when you whirlwind into him. Rumors of the new StarCraft game revealed at BlizzCon. Do you think there's anything Diablo in the loop for the 30th anniversary? I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a, some pretty savage shit in the Diablo 4 expansion. As far as Diablo 2, I could see some minor updates. I think they really are focusing on that behind the scenes. But I don't think anything too big. I don't think anything too groundbreaking. Not for D2 anyway. Yep, that H-Ton woke up and chose violence. Holy shit, man! Nim certainly woke up and chose violence today. Getting clobbered with those hams. Kratos coming in. Julvan, man, I'm telling you. This is definitely a very, very tough match for him. I think he's going to be very patient with this. Julvan has to be extremely patient in this matchup. He can't go looking for the violence. Believe it or not, in most matchups, you would think, like, oh, the Barbarian's got to get in there, close the distance, get in there. He's got a bow, right? He's just got to be patient. He's going to be patient, make it so that you see those fields that Nim was setting up. He caught him in both of those rounds with just those random fields he's setting up, waiting for Julvan to come in. You got to almost play it with the patience of Punch. As the great Punch once said, if you wait long enough, they'll come to you. Mecha and Darius in the queue? Hell yeah, man. We'll get you guys up next. That one is going to be sick. The Melee title bout of the evening. I know Darius had some places to be, or he was going to try to stay up far past his bedtime. He was prepared, so we're going to get in there. Yeah, he's got to be very patient. Very, very patient. Oh man, that was risky. That was risky right there. He did get in close. He managed to land a whirl, but it didn't. I don't think he actually connected. Oh man, and that's the punishment right there. If you go looking for the violence, the Din will deliver. That's a beautiful setup right there. That's exactly what he needs to do. He can't get too greedy though. He can't get too greedy. When that Din stomps, you just whirlwind down, whirlwind away. That's it. That's it. Shoot that bow. Then when they start getting froggy, when they start getting a little curious, when they start wondering what they can do. Oh man, he walks in for the Zerk, but catches the hams. Damn, son, Nim is doing a really good job of setting these up. This is a very, very tough match for Julvan. Hell yeah, Track. All right, sorry about that if I missed you, bro. Track v GDA. My bad, dude. Yeah, we'll got you in there. Did I miss anybody else so far? I've got Mecha Darius up next, and then we've got Track Amp versus GDA. Am I missing anybody else? Just let me know. Sometimes I don't always see the chat. And no, Joby, it's not because I can't read, all right? I know what you're thinking. I hear you thinking over there. Fourth difficulty? I don't really think we need it. I don't think we need it. I think it's fine. With a fourth difficulty is gonna just invite power creep. No need. Oh shit!
Jovo and me ready.
Kyle versus the Jovo. We got you in there, bro. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the 2 Canadian coin tip as well. What a savage, bro. Appreciate you, man. Can't wait to see that one. I think it's going to be epic. SVS, right? I heard you guys are doing SVS? Shit, son. Yeah, Julvan's got to be very, very patient here. He's down. He's got his back against the ropes. He's got to be patient. There it is. Just like that. That was a perfect play from Julvan. He needs to do that and never do that. Never go looking for the violence versus an H-Din. You will find it and you will not like it, but you will have to eat it. I still remember when I came back to D2 after so many years, and one of the most fair ways to duel was to go on JSP and challenge somebody, right? I thought I was so good on my H-Din, and I went up against the Barb. He busted out a Widowmaker, and damn, son, it was real hard to beat him. Granted, I was a different dueler back then, but it still stands out. Still stands out as one of the key clutch decision in the build design that just made a world of difference. Nice hits. This is exactly what Julvan needs to do. He can't go looking for the violence in those hams. He's gonna find it. Nim going in for the charge. That's fine. You just let that happen. Just whirlwind right away. Whirlwind down. You should beat that. You should beat that that grief phase blade all day on the range. Jovo didn't have much cold res on Pally. 5 versus cold be more fair. Dude, can't wait to see it, man. I think that's gonna be awesome. And I like this. Julvan going into bow mode here. He's staying on the outside, going into bow mode. He's gonna force Nimrod to try to come in, take some risks a little bit, close the distance. Oh, and now he's punishing that light res, which, believe it or not, that's actually doing some damage. That FOH is doing some damage. That might turn the tides right there. Oh yeah, Julvan in trouble. Julvan is in trouble. He goes, I'm one, come on. As he awaits his fate. And he stocks up on the mana. He's ready to deliver the violence if need be. Nim might not be finishing it with the cheese here. He might be saying, I'm not gonna do it with the FOH. Nah, he's doing it with the FOH. He's getting in there. He's putting him out of his misery. Damn, son. Tough matchup for the Jewel Van. And I'll tell you one thing, too, to Jewel Van's credit. This is not a barb variant that you see many people fucking with. And that is a barb that has Widowmaker. I think it is a very, very unique play style. And certainly something that this matchup takes a lot of jamming and slamming with a Widow to get used to. And I think he played it very well, though. He made some good moves in there. This is just a tough match. An uphill battle for the Jewel Van, that's for sure. Vito and Squigs in there? Hell yeah, man. That one is going to be sick.
Impossible.
Love these guys showing off the gear here. It's really good to see. And he even stacked up on some light res. I absolutely love those 10 maxers right there. I really do think that's the way to go with the barb. Focus on the damage, get some big hits in there, and do it, you know? That's what it is. Nim gets in there, shows some prowess on the H-10, even with the swap, the Grief PB swap. Damn, son. Love that helm, too. Beautiful helm. Beautiful helm. And that's for the IAS for the Widowmaker. That's very smart. That is some very high-level barb shit right there. That's some build intelligence. I love it. You might see a helm like that on a Zan right there. Jewel Van busting it out on the barb for this matchup. Love it. I think it was a great choice. I think if Jewel Van would have had some more reps in with that, I think that would have been a lot closer because he was looking clean during some of those exchanges. But Nim is just a different beast. All right, boys, you know what time it is. It is time for the for the Melee title bout of the evening. As Darius D2R gets ready to throw down versus the reigning defending champion, Mecha. And here we go, boys. They square off in the legendary River of Flame, the place where all the Melee title bouts happen. And here we go. Big hits from Mecha right off the rip. And we have a CA proc from Darius. A flawless victory for round one. This one's gonna be tough, boys. But can Darius do it? And here we go for round two. Big hits, though, from Darius. Very close round, and Darius evens up the score. Just like that. That was so quick. Within seconds, these guys practically won each other. And in an ironic twist of fate, it is now ones. That's what I say. If there was one change that I would love to see about D2R, it's IAS being added to the Barb's increased speed skill. Doesn't have to be a lot. But like, you know, 25, 30, I think it'd be clutch. Barb would get a lot better. All right, and here we go. Big hits there for the challenger, Darius, as he pulls ahead on his Fury Druid. Mecha with his back against the ropes here. Mecha utilizing that crush and blow. It also looks like he has potentially an EBOTD Zerker here. He's really pulling out all the stops here. He's pulling out all the stops. Absolutely savage damage on the weapon. He's going to get his Deadly Strike from his helm, from his amulet, from his boots. He's really relying on that. So he's just trying to do some big damage, just like this. Darius trying to recast that Oak Sage. Was it worth it, though? Was it worth it? It was not. And he goes down. I think his casting got interrupted there by a big Zeal hit as well. And look at the low. Oh, it's a low Etnax. That ain't no BOTD. He says, how dare you insult this weapon? Yeah, I think that's fine. That might be a good way to do it, Arya Summit. Like, one IAS per level would be perfect. It would encourage you to put more points into it, but like, it's not too broken. It's just enough where if you have enough points, you can fix a lot of shit. I think that's a fair one. Uncapped, too. Uncapped. Like, if you get a level 100 increased speed, you get 100 IAS. Uncapped. Don't fuck with it. Yeah, no need for druids to teleport in morph form. I do not like it. You think it's a good idea, but it's not. Because you're not going to see druids doing it. You're going to see other classes doing it. I think that's actually a bad idea. Zeus, aka the Darius D2R, pulling pretty substantially ahead here. Now 4-2. Or I'm sorry, Darius on Alpha. And we have Zeus, aka the champion, Mecha, going in for his first swap here. He's swapping some things out, looking like he's going probably for some AR. Yeah, there it is. Big AR boost with those charms. He doesn't care about the life total as much. He knows that if he can just land more hits, he's gonna get there. He's pumping up that AR, man. He's sending it through the roof with those Grand Charms. Grand Charms, of course, have a better roll of AR on them than what you could otherwise get with 3 small charms. 132 versus 36 times 3, which is what, 108. Yeah, exactly. You think you want it, but you don't. With more form druids, more form teleporting. You think you want it, but you don't. Oh my god, man. Darius getting in there, delivering the violence. Holy shit. He goes, bruh, first hit CA each duel. The RNG gods are shitting on Mecha here in these first few rounds. This is crazy. Absolutely. They are making an absolute meal out of that ass. But you know, one thing that we haven't seen Mecha do is look towards his heavenly brethren, Hadriel, in the River of Flame. But that time, he gets there. And it appears as though he also has fortitude here. He's got that CA proc. He's got that CA proc. It can definitely happen. These guys are coming in with all the weapons, all of the violence. What up, Jits? Hey, good to see you, man. It activates all your hacks that you have, Daily Dose. So if you have, like, it basically is like a hack. Yeah, so makes it seem as though you're hacking. Holy shit, what a close round. But now, Mecha crawling his way out of his trailing in this duel right here. He's crawling his way out of it, though. He's coming back. He's trying to make a big run to get back into the lead here. Back against the ropes. It's 6-4 right now in favor of the challenger, Darius D2R. Holy shit, though. Big hits for the champion, but it wasn't enough. That is a demoralizing loss in that round because he was so close. He had such savage hits early on in the round. That is a savage one, man. That doesn't feel great. There it is. There it is. He's talking now to the heavenly brethren, and I think that's going to make a big difference. He's got his back against the ropes. 7-4. Let's do this. He's going to need to pull out of it. Switching to those legacy graphics. Damn, son. Now 8-4. Mecha falling behind his toughest opponent yet. Darius D2R, the legend. And he's going back to his stash for a swap too here as we punch over to Darius D2R on this droid. And here we go. He's trying to cinch it up. Now 8-4 in favor of the challenger. Big hits for Mecha right out the gate, though. Whatever swap he just made, that might have been the right one. And so far, we haven't seen any swaps from Darius. This guy's an absolute legend, an OG. $8-5 in favor of this guy. We are now looking at the point of view of Darius as he goes over to the heavenly brethren, Hadriel. Don't you know that's bad luck? You're not a Din. Don't you be appropriating the culture of the Din, you dirty druid play. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, he appropriated the Din culture, boys. And now he's 9-5. That was a dirty win. Dirty win. Big hits for the champion. Holy shit. And there it is. Almost looked like the first round there. Now 9-6. What Mecha is hoping for here is to actually bring this to 9s. He needs to. He needs to bring this to 9s so that he drains it into overtime at least. One step at a time. He just needs 3 in a row. It is possible. It can happen. Big hits though. Holy shit. Darius off to an incredible start here. Holy shit. All right, and just like that. Just like that, it's now 9-7. Mecha trying to make a comeback. He's got the 1 win. He just needs 2 more. He just needs 2 more. And that's going to make it so that this duel will go to overtime. Ooh, big hits from the champion, but huge return fire for Darius. Oh my god, and there it is, boys. Just like that. Holy fuck, man. Mecha, the reigning, defending champion of all time, gets taken out by Darius, the legend. Holy shit, boys. Well, let's check out this gear.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Damn, man, and new champion Darius D2R. The melee savage here. This guy's coming in hot, man. And the age-old primal showdown between the druids and the Dins begins once again. Look at that low crescent, man. That thing was just beautiful. I really love this setup. A 349 perfect up to G-face here for Mecha. He's got the dual stack godly 2010s. Perfect Raven. I mean, the setup is looking good. But as he mentioned the duel, holy shit, so many CA procs. Darius the RNG gods were smiling down upon him. Somehow he convinced Hadriel in the River of Flame to be on his side. And that is something that the Din race shall not forget. And they will all seek to punish him for it. Darius is certainly going to have a tough reign at the top with all of these Dins that have now seen his attempted relationship with Hadriel, and they are looking to stop it. They're looking to shine the Brotherhood through once again. Yeah, that gear is just fucking insane. Absolutely. Coooley, come to this game. Yo, what game is this? Zeus Darius? All right. I'm headed your way. We're sending him in. Zeus? Did I spell this right? Hold on, Zeus. Zeus. There we go. That's a crafty password. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Bros, we about to have a Pally Vizzo. Bro. Thank you. What a champion. That is fucking savage, man. Matching 40-15s and everything. Holy shit. Bro, that is so nasty. I'm so pumped about that. That means we don't need this shit charm anymore. Wow, I'm putting it on right now. This din just became... This din just got a lot more... You get a lot more sexy. That's for goddamn sure. Holy fuck, man. That is so wild. Thank you so much, dude. Alright. The bad news is, though... The melee division is now fucked. I'm sorry to say it, boys, but Negan shall be back next week. Y'all are fucked now. Negan shall return. And these fucking this appropriating droid right here had better watch out. This Darius D2R Hadriel appropriating droid. He had better watch his back, because the Din Brotherhood is back. Big cheers, man. Thank you so much. Mecha, you're a savage, bro. That is so wild. Big cheers, brother. Huge. Huge. He says, GG, boys. See you later. Cheers, man. Big cheers to this guy. That is so crazy. Thank you so much, man. Can't wait to jam with this. And next up, man, that was so generous, man. Holy shit. 2 40-15s matching and a Pally Vizzo. Jesus Christ. Bro, I have needed that for the longest time. I feel like that Din build is just not complete, and I'm like, man, I've been doing a lot of trades on the tradery, you know, and I didn't really, I spent all my forum gold on 32020s, and I was like, all right, well, we're just gonna have to get there. We'll wait for some shit to sell. We might be able to pick one up. And fucking, holy shit. Mecha like a savage, dude. That was so crazy. DD and I are ready for an LLD match? Oh shit. All right, we'll throw you in the queue, bro. And LLD doesn't necessarily take as long. So we shall remember that as we navigate through this list. Right now, we've got Track Amp versus GDA. And this one's gonna be savage. Holy shit, look at this. Track Amp coming in. This is a very interesting duel here. Look at the ping here for GDA. This is really good. This is what you want to see on a Barb in this matchup. Barb is always disadvantaged. They always have the ping advantage for this. No matter what matchup they're in, people are like, oh, who should make the game? It's always the Barb. It's always the Barb player. Because it is so hard, especially when you get someone skilled like this. You would figure that the Barb wants to get in there, wants to do some pummeling, close the distance, just get in, get it done, right? But that is dangerous versus a very skilled shaman like Track Amp. Look at this guy, barely touched so far, and he is piecing up GDA. Oh my god, and just like that, man, he gets there in round 1. But now you gotta ask yourself, what is the strat? What does GDA have to do here? Well, let's tome about it. I'll tell you. GDA has a mountain to climb. That is for sure.
Hello.
This is not an easy duel, but there are some strats that can put you in a good spot. We have seen Maddie, aka Synced, aka of the two twins, Maddie and Joby. Joby sucks. Maddie is top Barb. Alright, just a side note. I figured you guys needed to know that. That was important information for what I'm about to say. We've seen this guy pull it off. Maddie's setup versus a shaman is he stacks up that life leech, right? Stacks up the life leech, but he has a very, very particular game plan. He leaps, just like this. Waits for that leap. But with perfect timing, this is what you gotta do. It's gotta be frame perfect. But if it is, it's really hard for the druid to get out of this. You leap. As soon as you get the stun, your cursor needs to be right there, ready to teleport. You need to be holding teleport, so as soon as you're out of that leap animation, you're tele-stomping, right? And then as soon as you land, whirlwind. It practically always connects. And when it doesn't, it's because they randomly blocked it or it missed or you hit all the pets instead, right? But it's practically an always hit. So if you can master that cadence, it's this frame perfect hit. This frame perfect sort of combo for the barb. It is a guaranteed hit every time. And it can be devastating, but it's also extremely hard to pull off. It requires time and you gotta be patient. You gotta leap all around. You gotta leap. You gotta wait for him to come in, and as soon as you get him with that leap, it's go time. You gotta be quick. Yeah, Kreider, I got you, bro. Join up on game, Zeus password alpha. I got you, bro. Couple of tokens is the least I could do. This guy's an absolute legend. Yeah, that's on East, bro. Let me know. Let me know in the chat when you pop in here. We'll get you, bro.
Good day.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. He's here. I got you, bro. Got you, my guy. Back to it. Hey, right back at you, Kreider. No problem at all, man. No problem at all. He's got himself a cold sork over there. Makes me think Kreider might be doing some dirty things with that cold sork. He might be doing some dirty things. Who knows? He might be doing some dirty shit. All right, and here we go. You can't help but root for the barb here. Sorry, Track Amp. We love you. But we can't help but root for these vicious barb players, all right? It is very, very tough. Very, very tough. What is going on here? Just gonna mute so we don't lose some frames, so we don't hear any audiological oddities going on. Oh my god, beautiful chain there from GDA. Absolutely insane chain, but you see why that's so dangerous. You see why that strategy is so dangerous. When you've got yourself a skilled shaman player like Track Amp, this guy, absolutely insane. He's seen the tricks. He's vicariously learned through the ways of Pauly and through countless hours of jamming on this build. And you can tell. You can see those perfectly timed up boulders, and that's what he caught GDA with there. He got him with an up boulder as he was going in with an otherwise beautiful chain lock. He just caught him with this up boulder. He wasn't scared. He's like, yep, that's all right. I hope you're ready to zerk. And he threw this up boulder, and those things can be particularly devastating against dual wielding barbs or really any character that can't block. And that's because when you get hit with Molten Boulder, it knocks you back and can hit again. Right? So if you're never blocking, you can just get caught in this perpetual hit of the Molten Boulder, and it can be pretty devastating. Just LOL, this will be over quick. Hell yeah, bro. After this is what the queue's looking like. It's actually not bad. We've got the Track GDA right here, right? And then we've got Kyle v Jovo, Javito v Squigs, and then DD versus Nimrod. It's not looking too bad. It's actually not looking horrible. Yeah, that is definitely going to be a tough fight, Nim. Good luck on that, dude. I think you got to utilize that FOH. You got to... Here's the thing about DD. This is what I love about this guy. He is ready to make any duel dirty, right? He is ready to go the distance in LLD. And there isn't many players in the LLD division that I think have that sort of wherewithal, right? Of, you know, almost that HLD dueling style, where they're ready to make it dirty. They're ready to go long if you want to, right? I think there's very few who are cut from that cloth in the LLD division. DD is one of them. He's very patient. He knows duels can last a long time, and he is prepared to take him there. But I think with that, I think you got to pressure him with that FOH. You got to wear him down. If he's an ES Sork, it's going to wear that mana away. It's going to be real, real bad. It's going to force him to run away. And he can't run away too much. He can't run away too much, man. It's going to force that out of him. But if he's a pure Vita, it's going to work him down, right? It's going to work him down. It's going to punish him for not actually landing anything. which will force him to get on the inside, force him to close the distance a little bit more, and if you're ready, you can punish. Whether it's charge, whether it's hams. It says DD is going to win 4-0. This will be over quick. No, Nim. Have faith in yourself. The Din Brotherhood must stay alive. We must stay alive. And stay supportive of one another, but most importantly, believe in ourselves like our heavenly brother Hadriel does with us. Just telling me he ain't actually from New York. LOL, got him. Oh my god, beautiful up boulder there from Track Amp. And now you can see how discouraging it is. Now you can see how discouraging it is. That was actually a beautiful combo right there. That was a beautiful combo from GDA. And again, a perfectly timed up boulder. It's really hard to beat that. When you get in with these sneaky chain locks, if you're GDA, you get in with these sneaky chain locks, so well timed. And then Track Amp was just, it's like he knows what you're gonna do. He's figured out the style. It's like he knows what you're gonna do. Just like that, yet again, another beautiful chain from GDA and a perfectly timed up boulder. He knows what's up. Almost got him again there. Cleaned him out though with that whirlwind. That one might have hurt. That one might have hurt. It will be as lopsided as that whirlwind barb match. Poor guy. Yeah, that's dude, I honestly think that if I'm not streaming, I don't know why, but I suck at dueling when everybody's watching, all right? I don't know what it is, but I've dueled Icy before in another tournament. Charge Barb v no cracked Barb v decked out fucking Barb. And it was a good duel. I forced him to go onto the shield. He went onto the shield. It was close. I think it finished 4-2, but every fucking round was like violently deadly. It's just like, I feel like when I'm not streaming, I don't have any obligation to not make it a fucking miserable duel if I have to, right? Like that trigger that happens when I'm on stream where I'm like, oh, I gotta move up, people are waiting or whatnot. I don't give a fuck when I'm not streaming. I'm just like, you want to duel for 10 days? I'll do it. I'll sit right here for 10 days. We can do this for 10 fucking days. Like, you know what I mean? And it's just like, with that pure patience, it's like, that has an effect. But that's how I know DD's on that level too, man. DD, the icy dicey himself. He's on that level too. He knows how to duel in those circumstances. Yeah. We were number 1 and number 2 in that tournament. I'm telling you, wasn't streamed or anything. We were just jamming. But there it is, man. Holy shit. Kane, aka the Track Amp, gets their tough matchup for GDA, but you know what? I'm glad he had the ping advantage there. He was looking good. I think it really does just come down to the timing of that combo. It is definitely a tough one to get down. You got to be quick with it. You got to be right on point. Like I said, it's almost a frame perfect combo. But if you get it, it's so hard for the Druid to avoid it. They're just taking damage every time they come in. And if they don't land as much back, it's tough. But that being said, it's an incredibly tough combo to land. That being the case, let's cut over to Kyle versus Jovo now, boys. It is time for the guy that is definitely not the Quill Rat. I need a stream for it, though. I need a stream for it. All right, there it is. Kyle v. Jovo. This is SVS. This guy, I don't want to hear it. He's definitely not the Quill Rat. And no Quill Rats ever killed me in the blood more. Didn't happen. Okay, don't want to hear it. There's no more talk that needs to be said of this.
Your power was no match for mine.
As these guys get ready to throw down in an epic SVS battle in the Bloodmoor. This one's going to be pretty insane, man. It's going to be pretty insane. I think regardless, this is going to be a big test. It was going to be a big test, I think, for Kyle no matter what. Whether Jovo was on the Din, I still think that was going to be a surprisingly hard duel. But on the Sork too, I think having someone of Jovo's caliber here to go up against, regardless of the matchup, is going to be the toughest duel to date for Kyle. Even a impressive performance here could say a lot. could be a big statement. But either way, this one's going to be a back and forth battle. It is fire versus ice out here in the Bloodmoor. Kyle on the Cold Sorceress, chucking these orbs, chucking that blizzard. And it even looks as though Jovo has himself an obsession, one of the newer rune words that has indeed found a place. Holy shit! No way! The man, the myth! He says Toshank's return next week. Dude, big cheers, man. And thank you so much for the 2.79 Canadian coin tip. Bro, good to see you, man. Happy to hear that. I bet Squigs is both excited for what could potentially happen there and also partially shitting his pants. But since he's a legendary patron of this stream, he already has a healthy pair of shitting pants for any duel with the Shank, man. Big cheers, brother. Thank you. And you can see how quickly it can be over right there. That exchange, Jovo just got in there, landed a couple of big fireballs, and boom, it was over. That's the damage, man. You can really max out the damage with Obsession here. It is theoretically the highest skill point output that you can get. It is higher with the right staff mods than Spirit and Hodo. Or even, you know, Spirit and insert anything else there. You know, even Ashudas. It is higher damage output. It is so vicious. But glad to see that that has found a place, and gotta love it, man. SVS is where you see a lot of Obsession used, and now you can see the damage. So what Kyle has to do here, he's got to go looking for it. He's got to set some nasty traps. Oh my god, he definitely can't exchange like that. Holy shit. Now we know what Jovo's looking to do. He's looking to get in there and deliver some violence. Deliver some absolute splash point FBs right to the dome. The bad part about this is, I think that Kyle is an ES Sork here. And they say that it's certainly a disadvantage in this matchup. One can definitely see that now, right? You know, once he gets hit with one of those big fireballs, just blows out all that mana and does some big damage to his life total. Yeah, I think he's, I think he went quite heavily into Energy Shield, Kreider, because, and, you know, he has almost this immortal setup to his build, but I think he's on 80, yeah, he's on 80 ES. So the problem with going like, and now that I look at it though, he might have swapped some points around. He might have, his vitality looks a little higher than it has in the past. But either way, it is definitely tough. I think with him, if you go the immortal approach and you really commit like full energy, you really got to go to 95. It's really the only saving grace to making that choice. But he might have actually swapped some points around here, which I actually do like that. Regardless, oh wow, look at that. Oh, he's got the Verdungos. That's what it is. I like it. But the biggest drawback in this, I think, is that a Cold Sork having ES in the first place is cutting into her points that could otherwise be allocated to damage spells, like cold damage from her spells or cold mastery. All of those things are what you sacrifice by putting points into Energy Shield, which is really a shame. It's honestly really a shame, because synergies did that to the game, right? We could otherwise have pulled this off. Nice orb there from Kyle. He's doing a great job of setting up these traps for Jovo. He's doing a great job this time of setting up traps, but as you can see, big hits from those FBs are insane. He's gonna need to rep back some life in order to survive another shot here. $2-0 so far. And look at this dude. Jovo's trying to cook him with that firewall. I mean, true. I think I don't think they're actually that bad though, Max. In SVS, only if you realize very quickly that, or you feel like you're being locked. I think is where you've got to tally out. Right now, what Kyle is trying to do is kite him into a bunch of traps. You see Lamp do this a lot too, and it's where he sets a ton of traps around his area, And the short tellies that he does, he's actually just trying to kite people into the shit that he's set up. So it's like he's not trying to teleport far, and I think that's exactly Kyle's game plan here too. But certainly would be good if you know you're locked and you suspect you're locked and you need to get out. I think those long CT tellies are probably necessary. But a lot of times Kyle's just opting to set these up. Didn't work for him there, but I really think the biggest problem with just ES in this matchup is not very good. SVS, I think ES usually is a disadvantage. They say it is all across the board, but I think especially SVS cold, ES is definitely a drawback. So I think that was the biggest thing in the build, just hurting him here. But other than that, I think Kyle actually played very well. I love the fact that he was setting up his combos, trying to catch Jovo in some savagery. Yeah, look at this. 3 to Fire Mastery, 3 to Fireball on an Obsession with Chilling Armor on it. That is just a beautiful SVS Obsession staff right there. With 69 all res, because fuck you. That's what it is, man. That's what it is. Beautiful helm there as well. Yeah, exactly. They overstack, and then also, like, since they overstack and your damage isn't, like, 12k Blizzard or something, it's going to be tough. Yeah, he's got the 20 points into Cold Mastery. I love that. And it looks as though he's more of an Orb Sork, is what it is. I actually, yeah, that's very interesting. Because what he could have done here is he could have actually played the rules a little bit, and instead of putting points into Blizz, he could have put all of those points into Ice Bolt, and then his opponent can't stack up as much cold res because he's technically an Orb Sork. That would have been a next level play right there. It is kind of a higher level, interesting read, interesting read on the rules that if this then this, but that is technically what you could do. Yeah, I went for my normal build, yeah. Yeah, and you also kind of want to make sure that the Blizz does something, but also Ice Bolts being the synergy of Orb makes those hit so hard, too. Like that direct hit, I'm surprised that didn't just auto KO. It was so good. That he would have had a couple of really good orbs here. But yeah, GG's either way. I knew this was going to be a tough one, but I tell you, Kyle looked good, man. Kyle looked good. He says, might have to change it up to max life. I think so. I think that for a cold sorceress is probably a better build, unless you have like a really, really miserable matchup where you just want to survive. I can't really think of much of what that is besides maybe a barb, but even then I think your damage just wants to be there, right? Like you just want to be full Vita, go get some block, get some, drop some Blizz. Yeah, I think so too. Getting more skillers up in there. I'm gonna see what I got for some skillers, man. We'll have to muster up some skillers. Get Kyle some cold skillers, so he could at least try out the Vita, see what he likes more. No matter what you play, regardless, play the builds that you love, that you enjoy, and it appears so. Kyle likes this, man. He's got a bunch of different variants, bunch of different things he's trying, and that's what matters, dude. With that being the case, Javito is up next versus the Squigs. FB is always my shit matchup. Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is. It's not good. That's a tough SVS one, that's for sure. But I think you did well, bro. I think you did well. That being the case, boys, we've got the Squiggles versus the Javito. The Din Brethren up at the top. Can he take down the champion tonight for the HLD title? We're gonna find out, boys. This is the HLD title match of the evening. Let's go. And in this corner, we've got Squigs, the reigning, defending, dominant HLD champion of the world. This guy is an absolute menace to the Bloodmore. Even having not only a title win, earning his title over Polytheus, but in recent history, defending it. Defending it in his home turf with what I would call disadvantaged ping. And this guy just made it happen. He's looking clean. This guy has been jamming some reps against a very notable opponent who may or may not want to remain anonymous. But I'm gonna warn you, Squigs is going to be ready. However, that being said, Javito, under the rules, will have the ping advantage as the Din player. So that could make a big difference. And this is the thing that I've said for so long, and now, hopefully, maybe that will change now that people are seeing Javito challenging for the title here tonight. A lot of people underestimate Javito PvP's skill. He is an insane Din player. Very, very high caliber. Those locks, those name grabs are so sneaky, so quick, and his timing is impeccable. He is definitely a Din you got to watch out for, and you certainly should never underestimate. They haven't, Max. They haven't. Yeah, that is what I'm looking forward to, though, as well. Foos versus Rivs. Yeah, he really has. Javito is just looking clean, man. Not only on a Din, but I mean, he's good on. We've seen him on Sin, Druid, Necro, a very, very well-rounded player. But this guy is home on the Din. He had the option to bring in a Necro here against the Necro champion himself, Squigs. But he chose the Din. What I would say is probably the disadvantaged matchup. I think Necro wins it more times, more often than not. But it's still pretty close. Like, it's at the highest caliber can be pretty insane. All right, and here it is. These guys ready to square off for round one here. And here we go. Squigs starting up with that beautiful Bone Spirit train. He's going to be playing the range here, feeling out his opponent, seeing the skills of Javito, seeing what he's got for speed, for locks. He's going to be jamming. It's getting wild, boys. Round one is underway. And man, is it a savage one. Squigs has shown his valor on this Necro quite a bit, man. This guy's gone from the bottom of the bottom, joining up on the DFC, starting out at the bottom of the ranks, knocking at the door of the title so many times, having so many title shots before he actually grabbed the title. And ever since he's grabbed it, he is not giving it up. This guy has defended it against all odds, and you can really see this guy is such a PvP success story, I think, just in the way that he is shaped up, not just on this class, but on so many. And just like that, man, you can't underestimate the Javito PvP. Gets in there with a savage chain lock. Now Squigs is down one to start this bout off. Holy shit. The Din Brethren. Javito, part of the Brotherhood. The Brethrenhood. And that's what I mean. I think right away Squigs is seeing that. Right away he's seeing it. He's saying, all right, this ain't no joke. I gotta treat this guy like he's Toshank. I gotta treat this guy like he's Marvel. Because I'm telling you, man, this guy is on point. This guy has got the skills. He's got the Din knowledge and know-how. And most importantly, he's got that violence in him. This is absolutely insane, man. Cool to see. 664 CTA over here. Oh, look at this as well. Some ED 15 IAS jewels in there. 57 life on the 220. Some beautiful FBK rep life rings here. You gotta be prepared to rep to full in a duel like this, man. It could get there. It very well could get there. Hell yeah, dude. And now, what changes will Squigs make to his game plan for this round? Let's find out. We got that beautiful Bloodmore music playing. Wow, man. What a first round. What a first round. Javito's been looking clean, man. I mean, this guy's always been a savage dueler. Look at those. Look at those locks. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. Closes the distance, gets those name locks, and look at this. This is how you know this guy is dialed in. He's got himself a Grief Zerker here. And that is, you definitely, it can be a bit risky to run that because in a pub game, you'll get hit with Clay Golem, which will slow you down. You're going to want the, you're going to want the Grief Phase Blade so that your IAS breakpoints aren't affected. But in DFC, Clay Golem is banned, right? No cheap and easy wins. Oh man, the wall banging! You gotta watch out for that wall banging. But the Zerker is gonna give him some range. Even on Smite, your range is a bit better with a Zerker. You would think that it only applies to swinging the weapon, but that's not the case. Your range of Smite even gets better. It's actually a fun fact that not a lot of people know. It actually changes your interaction distance, your weapon range. Holy shit, big hits there from Javito, almost from the brink of defeat. He scores a win there. What? Squigs is still in this, and Squigs is ahead here. It changes your interaction distance. So if you have a spear, for example, you'll actually interact with vendors way further out than you usually would. That is also based on your range to talk to a vendor is based on your weapon. It is your interaction range. Oh man, beautiful setup there from Javito. He caught him with that beautiful wall bang. I fell victim to that a few weeks back, bro. I'm telling you, that ain't no joke. Gotta watch out for those wall bangs. He caught him good with a couple of spears there. Yeah, Javito is absolutely insane, man. I think I've said it for a long time. He's very underrated, but I think you're seeing it here tonight. Certainly, I think no one shall be underestimating this guy in the near future. Title challenger right now, currently 1-1 in his bout versus Squigs, and you can see how violent and vicious he is. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. That's a great question, man. So the wall banging is, oh, big hits there from Javito, and down goes Squigs. Now 2-1 in favor of the challenger. That is a great question. What is wall banging, you might ask? Well, you know what? As our friend resets here, let's get in and check it out. The wall banging. What exactly is wall banging? Holy shit, what is all this gold is the question. What is going on? Oh, that's right. We heard some things being dropped there. And, we'll take this. We don't ever turn down gold. I remember some items being dropped in this game. I hope they didn't... I hope those weren't anything good. Because we never really got to them. But anyways. What is wall banging? Alright. I'll BRB. I'm gonna rejoin this game. BRB. Oh, look at this. Okay, alright. Alright. Well, we've got something. What is it? Is that G-Stacks up in here? What is this? What the fuck, Big Bird, today? What is going on? Holy shit. Alright, here we go. G-Stacks has come in, dropped off some items. Look at these. Look at these. Whoops. Max damage charms. Big max damage charms. Look, y'all come in here and take this, alright? You take these things. So generous of G-Stacks. Oh, Wicked One Ball Sun Ben here. Oh, word, okay. Holy shit. Holy shit. Bros. Wicked One Ball Sun has entered the chat. If you've got yourself a hell character, I would highly suggest coming in and tipping one back to this guy. Alright? Zeus and Alpha. That's the game name. Zeus Alpha. And holy shit. This is pretty epic. He's dropping a whole bunch of stuff here that I think you guys would be... You might want to check this out. You might want to pick this up. You want yourself some PvP gear? Oh, I don't know what happened to that 6-bow CTA. Whoops. But other than that, there is a lot of crazy shit up in here that I think y'all need to come in. Tip one back to that boy. Holy shit, dude. That is crazy. That is crazy. Thank you so much for that, dude. That is wild. Super generous. Super generous. But let's show off some wall banging here. Let's show exactly what this is, right? Wall banging. When your opponent... Now I gotta find a wall, right? Alright, now I gotta find a wall. We gotta... Now we're not even gonna have a wall. Alright, good enough, right? Good enough. So... Boxes like this are things that PvP players teleport over, right? They do some CT casting, and they teleport over. But, you'll notice that as soon as I teleport over this wall, look where I am. I'm right flush next to it, right? So, if I'm chasing my opponent to another side of the wall, and I CT tele past it like this, I'm always going to be flush to the wall. So what wall banging is when your opponent sits on the wall and starts shooting projectiles down the length of the wall. That's so that if you chase them past the wall, you immediately get hit. And that right there is called wall banging. And look at this, man. Holy shit. Some absolutely insane stuff. This is just super generous. For Ben, aka Wicked One Ball Son. Look at him. Look at all of this generous dono stuff right here. Yeah, pop into this game. Zeus, Alpha, Password. This guy is dumping out a whole bunch of stuff for the community, man. Big cheers to this guy. What a savage. That being said, let's get up in there. These guys have not stopped the violence, so we shalln't either. Avito is up at least 2-1 from what we know. At least 2-1. And he is looking clean, man. He is looking clean. Look at these locks. So sneaky, so quick. Oh, haven't seen you. Oh, shit, I was on the wrong screen. My bad. Whoops. Fuck. My bad, dude. Well, anyway, I hope I explained it. I hope I explained it well. Well, at least we didn't miss any of the Squigs v Javito, huh? Yeah, holy shit. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Y'all couldn't see anything I was doing. But wall banging is basically, so you see those little walls on the side, there's little boxes on the side. You see how Squigs is staying right on the side right there? Throwing spears right down the length of the wall? That's so that if Javito chases him past that wall, he just immediately gets hit with a spear. They're just lined right up with the wall, right up where their opponent's gonna be. Yeah, it's called wall banging. It's a strategy where when your opponent is chasing you, you're kiting them, they're chasing you, they're getting hyper aggressive. Wall banging is something that you can do to kind of stop them in their tracks, right? They chase you past that wall, or sometimes if they see you teleport past a wall like that, they'll just stop chasing you. But if they don't, yeah, look at that. He was setting up for it. He was setting up for it right there. Yep. I wouldn't say he invented it, but it was a strategy that certainly was brought to my attention by Vamp the Champ, also a Necro player. It's common of Necro players to do that, or the Necro class utilizes it the most. There are other classes that can do it, though. You could do it with a Fireball Sword. You could do it with a Cold Sword. Anything that shoots projectiles. Zongs don't necessarily do it as much, because Guided Arrow will just track people down anyway. And Guided Arrow doesn't pierce, it doesn't splash, there's really nothing that it does besides just lock on. Vito's bow is down. He re-ups on the battle orders. A very, very tense situation here. Trapsin can do it, but the traps... I mean, the traps are kind of their own AI anyway, so you can't really affect where they're gonna shoot. But I mean, you could set up some traps. It's harder to do with traps because you would have to predict exactly where they're gonna be. when they teleport past the wall. Otherwise, it's not going to be too much of a hit. But yeah, it's more common with projectile shooting characters. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you could do it with traps by setting them exactly there. Fire Blast has a little bit of splash to it, but you still kind of got to be very accurate with where they're going to come down. There's really not much of an advantage to wall banging on a Sin. Yep, this is Squigs Havito, man, and last we knew, we cut out a little bit, or maybe you guys caught this. You actually were seeing it, and I wasn't. On my screen, I was in-game jamming and slamming, but y'all were seeing this. I'm not sure what the score is. Last we knew, it was at least 2-1 in favor of Havito. But Squigs might have come back and pulled it out. Oh man, it's at least 2-2. It's at least 2-2. Epic bout here between these guys. After this, we've got DD versus Nimrod for the LLD title of the evening. All of them right back to back, man. 2-2, I think. All right, GG. Yeah, my bad, man. Here I was in a game like this. I had my screen up, but y'all couldn't see it. Yeah, it's a very nice game, man. We have our boy Ben. Came in, dropped a whole bunch of items for people. Super, super generous, man. I think that was really cool of him. Really, really nice thing to do. What a hell of a guy. And that's Wicked One Ball son right there. Wicked One Ball himself also that guy is an absolute G, man. One hell of a guy. So, and his son cut from the same cloth, man. Two great gentlemen right there. All right, boys. It is time for the 5th round, I believe, between these guys. It's tied up 2-2 between Squigs and Havito. Havito with some nasty stomps, nasty savagery here on this Din. Squigs is really giving him that respect. You notice now, he's still not afraid to get in there and throw those spears, but he's gonna make him chase him a little bit. He's gonna wait for an exchange where he feels comfortable with the setup, right? Havito getting in there with the FOH, pinging him down a little bit. Now, knowing Squigs, he is almost certainly prepared for a pretty heavy FOH. The FOH itself probably won't do a shit ton to him. Or maybe it will. That actually seemed to chunk him pretty good right there. Could have just been the first hit magic. Sometimes the first hit looks a lot worse than it was. Just how life totals line up. With a little status bar above someone's head, but we got a small life check there, and it looked like it did about okay, yeah, maybe 2% or 3%. It's nothing huge. The hell yeah, but he's a hell of a dude. Really appreciate that. That was super generous, man. Just gets in there, dumps a whole bunch of items for the community. Hell of a dude. Big cheers to Ben, man. That was awesome. That was awesome. Oh yeah, and that's a great point too, Jits, that you notice sometimes that Havito is going in here and leading with FOH, and now that is probably a strategy he's employing here, it could just be a safety strat for the beginning part of this duel, is, you know, he's trying to recalibrate. He knows that Squigs adapts to his opponents, learns very quickly his opponent's game plan. So I think what Havito is doing is leading with FOH just to kind of guarantee some damage, and, you know, practice name locking Squigs and figure out his patterns. But usually they say you don't want to lead with FOH versus a Necro because you're 100% right. They hear that sound and they immediately tell you. And whereas they don't have the swirlies from the smite, they're not going to get stunned by it. And there it is. Wisely thwarting the wall bang from Havito, or from Squigs that time was Havito. But yeah, I think that's what he's doing. He's just feeling him out with FOH right now, practicing getting in, you know, feeling out Squigs' style, and you can see that Squigs is now keeping his distance. He's now looking to keep that distance, make it hard for Havito to find the range for that name lock. And that's why he's throwing it from a distance here. But I think eventually what you'll see, and you know, we know this from seeing Javito play, is that eventually he just gives up on that and he goes straight in for Telestomp Smite. And that's where it gets really vicious. And I think he's sandbagging that. Just like that. There it was there. He went for it. He's sandbagging it. He's trying to keep Squigs guessing. I told you, man. High level Din shit right here. Tags him that FOH. Jovo and GDA. Yeah, we'll throw you in there right now, Jovo. We just got DD and Nimrod after this. Then it's Jovo, GDA. Unless I've missed anybody. Did I miss anybody? Let me know. Yeah, right now the score is 2-2. Yep, 2-2 for sure. I'm pretty sure it is. Javito hunting here, but he is catching a bit of bone magic damage. Squigs is really staying on the outside. He's really making him chase him here. He's on his bike. And you got to figure also Squigs is not going to have the ping advantage here. His ping is probably in the 120s, 130s, which when you have a savage player like Javito that you're going up against, that is not a good feeling. That's not a good feeling because you know that if they land a smite on you, it's practically over. Against someone like Javito, he lands that smite, and you're on 120 ping. Scoop them up, dude. Scoop those cards right up and go to the next game. Yeah, Squigs will take these spear shots, as you can see. He's just waiting for the engagement. He's waiting for the angle that doesn't just put him in an absolute shit trap if he gets caught. Nice name lock there from Javito. You can see how quick it is. See how quick he is with it. Damn, son, and look at that. Closes the distance, gets the name lock, and he's just all over it. He's all over it. Squigs is definitely recognizing the savagery of this guy. And you can see, because if he gives him any time, Javito's got it. He's got that lock already. He ain't messing around. And he's going in with the stomps now, too. He's turning it up, which tells me he's probably got a bit more confidence in his timing versus Squigs now in this round. He noticed the switch up from Squigs. He's like, okay, all right, he's switching it up. I see what he's doing. He's trying to bait me into this stuff. He's assuming I'm just going to keep FOHing here. And then he turns the tides. Very, very, very tough opponent for both of these guys. Tough match. Understood when it was explained in MMA terms. Hell yeah, man. He's conditioning him, right? It's like if you just go in and you keep throwing, you know, jab, right hook, right? Jab, right hook. Or maybe you throw a one, you keep throwing the 1-2, right? You give them the 1-2 and they never think you're going to throw anything after it until you give them the 1-2-10, right? And then it's over. Then it's over. Just ask Tim Sylvia versus Randy Couture. Overload his nervous system. Yeah, he caught some big damage there, did Javito, though. Squigs is just keeping that distance. He's keeping that distance and making it so punishing if Javito doesn't land a name lock. If he doesn't land, it gets real bad. Nice stomp there from Javito. So quick at grabbing the name. And it is so tough on a Din, man. It's if you see Javito playing here and you're like, wow, man, you know what? I want to play a Din. This looks awesome. And wow, this is amazing, right? I gotta tell you, it is extremely tough to play a Din. If you look at the accuracy involved specifically in this matchup, right? And there it is, Javito pulling ahead. I think it's now 3-2 at least. the accuracy involved in this matchup, there is some on Squigs' end, right? When Javito closes the distance, he's looking to grab a pet or grab a name and spear, right? He's doing a great job at that. And then he gets out, right? He's running, he's on his bike. But other than that, he's spamming spirits, right? He's picking a direction, just spamming, trying to get Javito to run into it, trying to set up an exchange that's favorable for him. But every time Javito closes the distance, the level of din, violence, and ferocity involved is on a different planet. Not only does he very quickly have to at least move his cursor in the general direction of his opponent for FOH, but more profitably what he has to do is very quickly grab a name lock. That is a necessity on this din. And it's so hard when you have an opponent who is very slippery. When you have a Necro player opponent, they're very slippery. They're trying to set up these long-range exchanges. They don't want to be close, right? It's hard to grab that name lock. And then when you get it, you have to perfectly time a telestomp, re-grab the name, and smite, right? Even that right there sounds simple, but it is not. It is very hard to get in there, recenter your cursor immediately, grab the smite, and land that. And then we're not even done. If you land it, you have to be ready for your opponent to run away. So you gotta swap to FOH and repeat, right? It's so hard to do. The level of accuracy required for the din player here is just so astronomically high. It is a big obstacle towards, you know, really a big barrier of entry to playing on a VT. Or really any din in general. Exactly. Once you connect, you're hitting bone armor. You have to work through that. There's a lot of shit. You're dealing with DR as well. It's so wild, man. (3-2) in favor of the champion, Alucard, aka the Squigs. That's a good point. That is actually a really good point, Max. Yeah. If he instead grabs the name lock, telly smite, that might be the way to go. Because Squigs is indeed, I think that's the big predictor here that Squigs is figuring out. He knows that as soon as Javito grabs that name lock, he's going to telly in and smite. So Squigs is just tellying out of his range, right? And he knows he's safe. He knows he's safe after a couple of tellies. But if Javito does do that, if he returns the cursor, oh my god, just like that. If he returns that cursor, that's it. He can trick him. He can stay on top of him like that. That's going to make it really hard. Even if he just holds the telly lock, it's going to make it really hard for Squigs to set up. He can't plant his feet and start firing away the spears anymore. Oh, nice spirits there from Squigs. Yeah. I think he's got to mix it up. Got to mix it up. And the more you do that, the more Squigs is going to think that you're always just going to telly lock him, and then you might be able to just telly in and smite. But yeah, that's the big cadence that I think that Squigs has figured out, is that Javito's always going to go for the stomp. He's not going to telly lock. And that is what Squigs is leaning on here, I think. He might be out of Oak Sage charges here. Javito might be out of Oaks. That or he's conserving him. No, he's conserving him. Throw him for a loop. Telly charge him. He'll never see it coming. Never see that telly charge coming. Go for charge, Jits. Charge is the way. Nice hit there with FOH. Looks like he cut him a little bit in that last smite exchange. Possibly. Hard telling, not knowing. Violence. Violence. Close range violence right there from Javito. That was good. Add Will and Jaw to the queue. Got you, man. Alright, Q isn't so bad right now. It's DD versus Nim next. Then we've got Jovo versus GDA. Then Will v Jaw. Just 3 in the queue. Looking pretty good. Charging is the way. Coooley 2026, exactly. Oh, big hits there from Squigs, and I think he hit him right as his bow went out. That was some big damage. Right, just perfect timing with that shot. And, I mean, it's not something you purposely do, but when the bow runs out, and your bone spirit hits, you're certainly not complaining about it. Write that down, right? Best class for dealing with griefers on BNet is probably a cold sorceress. Because if you build it right, they have to switch their entire fucking build for you, which makes all of the other people a lot stronger versus them. Otherwise, you just one-hit KO them. And damn, son, there it is. Squigs defends his title once again. AF50, there he is, the man, the myth. I heard you've been practicing. I heard you've been practicing that melee match, bro. Well, you just wait. I might have some tricks up my sleeve, all right? I might have some tricks up my sleeve. Damn, son. Oh, these guys might be showing off some gear here. Holy shit, this is cool, man. Grief Zerker. And just look at this absolute top-of-the-line shit right here. These guys are savages. Both of them at the top of their game. Very close duel, man. 4-2. Squigs just kind of figured out the timing in the later parts of the rounds there. Did really well. But Javito looking like a Savage Din player, man. Look at that thing. 230-20 with 2 bear runes in it. That's a beautiful helm. The thing is with Squigs, he's got gear for every matchup. He is the type of player who's a student of the game, man. He studies every single matchup. He jams every single matchup. Practices it, gets so many rounds in, and knows what the best gear swaps are to give him the best advantage. Look at that, 65, 112, perfect spirit. Perfect spirit and a slightly unperfect base. I bet Javito's so tilted about that. It's like, damn, I could have rolled it in a perfect base. But still looking pretty good. It's still the AR, though, it doesn't matter. I mean, you're only busting that out in HLD versus a Necro anyway, so the AR don't matter for shit. Yeah. But still, damn, sick gear here, man. Great fight. Javito put on a show, man. He was looking scary, and I think he snapped Squigs right out of it in the first couple rounds. Squigs is like, all right, this is a duel. This is a fucking duel. Look at that fist conviction on the War Scepter 664. He ain't messing around. Hell yeah, man. All right, boys. It is time. Let's kick over to DD versus Nimrod for the LLD title bout of the evening. I hope you guys are ready for some violence because these boys appear to be ready to deliver it. Here we go. In this corner, we've got Savage Sorceress, Savage LLD player in general, Icy Dicey. There is not a build that I've ever seen this guy not excel on. He's very, very good. With the exception of Din, I guess. He doesn't really have a Din. I've never seen him play Din. But other than that, every single build, this guy is next level. And this guy is a savage. And he is on what most would consider his most devastating class, the Sorceress. But so far, Nim has actually scored some big hits on him. And Icy is in trouble early on. He's looking to land some clean shots here. Looking to cut off Nim. Uh-oh, Nim might be low on mana. And DD notices it. Nim just came out chucking those hams, dude. He is making it absolutely chaotic in the Bloodmoor. Throwing so many hams. DD takes this time, takes this opportunity to get in there, regen some mana. Nice shots there from the outside from DD and a beautiful hammer from Nim. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He started the SVS ladder ages ago? No shit, dude. It is not Hussar's Buckler. That is probably Viscera Taunt, which is the level 28 shield with +1 to sorceress skills. This is level 30 dueling. Some interesting choices of items all around. Nim throwing that FOH out there just to mix it up a little bit. I love it. Beautiful walking strategy here from the champion. And there it is. Amazing shots from the outside. Very close duel, though. That one was violent. It really could have gone either way. And I think that's a big message for Nim to send to the first round. It was so chaotic. I think DD's going to have... He can't really gain much from, you know, the style of Nimrod in that. He just made it chaotic, right? And he's like, all right, it is going to be pure chaos up in here. Let's do it. And here we go, man. Round 2. Uh-oh, big hits for DD right off the rip. More big hits. Look at this. DD is also one of these LLD players that, oh, man. You can see it when he closes the distance. He looks for those name locks. Big hits from Nim. Nim mixing it up now with charge. He's throwing in the FOH. Big hams. I am so surprised DD didn't get clapped by hams in that field right there. That was very chaotic. All over the place. Salute says, Icy ain't actually from New York. He says, the fuck? He's trying to get in there and do some chat PKing. Oh, nice shots there from the champion. And he stays right above him as Nim charges down, tries to get him into those hammer fields, but DD was on top of it. Making a little bit... He's trying to organize the chaos out there is what DD's trying to do. It was very nicely done in that round. This one is savage, man. This is certainly one where Nim has got his work cut out for him. He's getting it done, man. He's getting it done. Representing the Din Brotherhood. Representing the Din Brotherhood is Nim. Chucking those hams. Uh-oh. Let's pop over to Nimrod's point of view here. And you can see what he's doing. He's making... Oh, nice angle there. He landed those hams. Those hams were clean. Those were clean. And he baited that name lock right there. Really love that. Oh, another clean ham. Nim is really mixing this up. Oh my gosh, dude. And props to Icy too. He seems to be dancing in these close range hammer fields like they're nothing. His game sense here in these exchanges is just wild. And now you notice that DD is noticing that he's on meditation here, so he is no qualms about stomping at this point. He notices that meditation up. He's got no qualms about stomping. He knows the damage is no longer there. Pure H2 would deal 100 more in hams? No shit. Word. Okay, so yeah, he broke it up a little bit here. Broke it up a little bit. Yeah, great question, Archivist, and a great explanation from the Foos. Yep, basically, if your game doesn't load, doesn't see your opponent cast the spells, they will always be invisible. So if you're way off the map and then you go on to their map, there's a good chance there's invisible projectiles. Ooh. Nice hits there from Nim. Nim is dancing in the fire here, though, I gotta say, and a telekinesis strat. That one didn't pay off, though. Nim landed that ham. Oh, my God. Landed some big hams there. Icy is in trouble. And just like that, he closes the distance, runs in the hams. Just to show that he can. Holy shit, and there it is, an epic title defense from DD, aka the Icy Dicey. On his likely, what they call his most vicious class in LLD. The Sorceress. Let's check out this gear. That is nuts. QSN, Riz v Foos? Oh, man! Riz v the Foos. Son of a bitch. That one's gonna be good. Wow. Yeah, and look at this gear, man. Energy strength on that jewel. Yeah, that is just insane. Look at that amulet. Life mana 210 with rep life on it. And he's got an interesting belt there. Wow, man. Nim's gear is actually really impressive. I love the 130-22 open socket there. Would technically be better with 2 to combat skills, 30-22 open socket, but that Din helm is actually so versatile, the 130-22 open socket. It actually allows Nim to take on many different roles in LLD with his Din. He could go charge if he wanted to. You know, he's also FOH with conviction is also gets bumped up. The conviction gets bumped up by that. It's I love that helm. It's really good gear here from both of these guys and an epic showdown. I gotta say, Nim looked good in that. For having such a savage opponent, Nim looked fucking good there. That was crazy. That looked real clean, man. Real fucking clean. Absolutely epic. Can make some notes here. Let's see. All right, here we go. Looking clean. Looking clean. Sweet. All right, boys. Let's cut over to Jodo versus GDA. I think these guys are up next, and this one should be pretty violent.
I can't.
Jovo versus GDA in the Melee division. Is this a... Oh, wow. He's got him... Is this an EDC setup? Oh, man. We about to see, boys. We about to see what's going on here. GDA going up against Jovo in some Druid v Din in the Melee division. This is the primal matchup between these two classes right here. Ever since the Fort Phoenix was brought back, these guys are now at a primal back and forth. I think that the tides have finally evened back out with them, at least for now. Currently with Darius being the new DFC Melee champion on a Druid, we very well could see exactly how this pans out in this epic showdown between these two classes. We're gonna find out. But something tells me he's gonna have a lot of Din players he's gonna go up against at the top. Yeah, Q is looking like this. We've got Jovo versus GDA in the Melee division right here. Then we've got Will v Ja, and then Riz v Foos. Gonna be epic. And look at this, man. GDA pulling it out. Now ones. These guys tying it up early on. Looking clean, man. Hard telling how this one's gonna go. But I can promise you one thing. It's gonna be violent. Welcome to the Melee division. Now, why this has been so back and forth, let me tell you a little bit about the history of the Melee division. For so long, we had a wolf droid champion. We had the Lucian, the Lycan himself, right? He was holding it down. Seemingly unbeatable. And then, we made some rule swaps. We took Fort and Phoenix out of the hands of the Dins and the Druids. And then over time, the Dins took over. We had Nimrod showing just how busted It really was at the top on those Dins. Shutting down all of the Druid players that would step his way. With some epic back and forth, epic grudge matches over time between Lucian and Nim. But eventually, Nim, as the Din Brethren, came out on top and reigned supreme for a very long time. And then in recent history, ever since Nim dropped that title, it's been in disarray. There's never been a Din to hold on to it as long as him since. And now the rules have reverted back for this specific matchup. Dins and Druids can use Fort and Phoenix versus each other in recent history. And now we're seeing a bit of a jockeying of power back and forth with this matchup as players try different strategies, different builds to figure out exactly how to master this matchup. Yeah, so you can have a Fort on a Paladin now versus specifically a Druid. This is a primal matchup of the ages right here. And it is back and forth, as you can see. No clear advantage yet. And it looks as though Jovo has pulled ahead here. It's now 3-2, and it appears as though even early on in the duel, GDA going for a swap here. He's going for a swap. Just swapping the shield out. Didn't quite see what was in it there. But he's making some swaps. He's adjusting something. He's in it for the long haul here. He figures those first 5 duels where he has seen enough. He knows what to do. And just because it doesn't pay off after the first swap doesn't necessarily mean it's the wrong thing to do. Whatever axe GDA has hits hard, makes me think EBOTD. I would think so too, honestly. Unless he's like borrowed an axe from somebody. I would guess it's almost impulsively. Yeah, Breath of the Dying. Exactly. I just figured out the other day from looking at GDA's German channel, the GDA stands for Gipfel del Ariat, or Gipfel de Ariat.
Yes.
Which means Summit of the Ariat, right? Ariat Summit. Ariat Summit is his YouTube channel in English. Really cool, man. Never understood the GDA until now. Look at this, we learn something every day. Close round here. There it is. Jovo pulls out on top here. Now 3-5 in his favor. Yeah, the DFC lore. Yeah, BOTD is a very common choice for the Din players versus the Druids. Why, you might ask? Why, of all matchups, to choose BOTD versus the Druid? Well, that's because you might notice a very special helm that GDA has on. That thing looks like a Saigon's helm, right? But what it is that is actually a G-face, a Guillaume's face. And the reason they use that is because it has Crushing Blow and a lot of other cool mods on it, but Crushing Blow is important in the matchup because the Druid life total is so high that often for the first half of the duel, Crushing Blow is going to be doing more damage than your actual physical hits. But also, what G-Phase has on it is Deadly Strike. So you may not necessarily need as much of that on your weapon, right? It has a pretty decent amount of Deadly Strike. You're also using High Lord's Amulet, which has 37 Deadly Strike on it if you're level 99, or 30, yeah, something like that. 37, I want to say. So at this point, you're over 50% Deadly Strike, plus your boots, which is another 15. You're at about 67% DS. So you could use a low weapon or a single low weapon to give yourself, Savage Deadly Strike and probably somewhere around 400 damage on your main hand weapon. Or you could solve all of your IAS breakpoints and have about 500 plus damage on your one-hander. with an EBOTD, because at that point, all you really care about is damage. You don't necessarily have to stack up a lot of AR versus a druid. Your only enemy is that when early on, if you strike them and it procs chilling armor, like what it's done right here, that can boost their defense quite a bit, and it can be harder to get through and connect, but you generally don't need to stack up as much as you would, say, versus a barb or a paladin. Yeah, exactly. And you could socket it, right? You could socket it, put 40-15 in it. It's got the 15 strength. It also has the faster hit recovery. Not as huge of a deal on the Din, but it's a very good helm. It has a lot of the abilities that you don't usually see on a helm. A lot of the melee abilities that you're often trying to stack up on your weapon or your boots with Gore Riders. It's very odd slot for all of those things to be, and that's why it's kind of carved out a niche in this matchup right here, the Guillaume's face. The Gilligan's Island elf, right? I always pronounced it Gilliam's. I had no idea that Guillaume was a legit name that actually existed, but I was also a child. And reading was hard. Just kidding. I was actually kind of an asshole student, but I was only an asshole and a class clown because I was fucking smart. So I was too smart, guys. Too fucking smart. School was easy. All right? School was fucking easy. So I was just a jack off all day. All right? That was what it was. William's face. Holy shit, close round there. Literally right down to the wire. It's 8-7 between these guys in favor of Jovo. A very, very close match. Jovo going for a swap. You don't actually see a druid swap much in this matchup. It doesn't happen a lot. And that's interesting because it makes me think he probably swapped to more AR here or something. The big thing is, I think in a few of those duels, he's noticing that he needs to connect more. He might have just made a simple bottom row charm swap to AR, maybe to defense, something to affect his hit calculations here. But so far, a near flawless victory in that round, though. Holy shit. That was big. Swap for more FHR. No shit. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, some people swear by that in this matchup, that FHR. I haven't played on the druid enough to know. Maybe I'll have to make a third druid for melee, alright? I wasn't looking forward to leveling another druid. I still haven't even finished leveling my second one. We only got to level 97 in one day with 22 Nights of Terror before getting fed up and be like, alright, I guess it's faster to get carried. And there it is with the swap back. He does it. Jovo now advancing to 9-8. He's got one more in him. He needs one more. GDA needs two. This one really could go either way. This is a non-title bout, so there is no overtime. It is FT10, no win by 2.
Time to die.
Oh, man.
Time to die.
And there it is. Both of these guys praying to the RNG gods with the in-game chat. And there it is. Jovo. Big win for this guy. Huge, man. That is a tough, tough opponent right there. GDA ain't no slouch. This guy not only very experienced in the realm of HLD, LLD, but an absolute savage in melee. You can check out his videos on his channel. They're really, really cool. And he breaks down melee builds with some very, very good insight into why people choose the items that they do. And if you want to learn more about this format, would highly suggest going and giving that guy a sub on YouTube. Ariat Summit. That's his name. Check him out. Man, you can learn a lot, and he is certainly a savage opponent. Look at this, man. 120 AR bonus on Jovo's helm there, Cerberus's Bite. He did not come here to play. He came here to win. 60-20s on his steel rens, a beautiful melee ring. Who would have thought Jovo is decked out? 3 19-20s here as well. Jesus Christ. Ain't fucking around, man. Subbed? Hell yeah, Foozer. Thanks, man. That's awesome. I'm sure he'll appreciate that. I'm sure you'll appreciate the content. It's really good. Strong doo-doo, that's for sure. GG's, man. Epic bout between these guys. Holy fuck. Jovo versus GDA. Jovo pulls it out today. That looked real clean. Looked real good. But now, boys, we've got Will.i.am versus the Jaw as these guys throw down in some Barb v. I think Jaw had the option to go Sin or Drew. Oh man, can't wait to see. Either way, I think this is actually going to be a pretty savage one. Props to William coming in. Will coming in on the Barb. Looking clean with that ping. Oh, and look at this, man. Jaw is on Oak, the Wind Druid. Now, very similar strat here, I think. If you're on a Whirlwind Barb versus a, whether it's a Shaman, whether it's a Windy, the same rule applies, right? It's going to be that leap. You catch him with the leap. You do some frame perfect stomp, and oh, and just like that, he connects. Will looking clean with those hits. Nice NATOs there, though, from Jaw. Jaw is a very seasoned vet on a lot of these FPK builds. We've seen him on Sin, we've seen him on Druid, and he looks clean on all of them. Very just doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He is, just imagine walking into a pub and you run into that guy that knows how to duel. That is your boy Jaw. So that's how you got to watch out for him, man. Work on my Barb play as well next time, but I'll prefer Zon for the first. Yeah, Zon would have been, I think, too easy, too free versus a Shaman, versus any Druid, really. The Barb is doable, and it can be a back and forth match, but it's literally, we were talking about it in that matchup, much like what we were mentioning here, it is just such a frame perfect, you know, we talk about comboing on a Paladin a lot. The combo for the Barb in this matchup, I certainly call it that. It certainly exists, and it is a very frame perfect one. It's leap, and as soon as you know that leap connected, it's immediately, before it's even done, you are holding down telly on your opponent. Before your telly is going off, or before it's finishing, you're holding down Whirlwind so that on the first frame of every single one of those interactions, you do the next move. And when you do that, it's very hard for the Druid to get out of the way of it. We saw Maddie do this. He has it down pat, dude. It's second nature for him. You know, with that leap, telly stomp, whirl, and it just looks so clean. If you've ever dueled against Maddie when he does that, if you're on a Druid, he's on a Barb, it just feels like it's so unwinnable, right? Like every time you go in, you're just gonna get clocked. When you get hit with that leap, you're gonna get hit next. It's all frame perfect. It's very, very hard to do. Doesn't get enough credit. That combo doesn't get enough credit on a Barb, I don't think. Yeah, exactly. I think it was fine, honestly. So also another piece of this, another important piece. I talk about the combo, but let me talk about an important piece about the build if you're going to do that versus a Druid. You need two things. Really, you just need one thing. The most important thing is 65 FHR or FCR. You need 65 faster cast if you're going to do that strat. The other thing you may secondarily want to focus on is Life Leech. The more you can stack up, the better. There's a limit in DFC of 35%, but it's going to be tough to get that high on a Barbarian. It's practically unlimited. You can do it, but you'll want to make sure that you have 65 cast. That will ensure that if you frame perfectly pull that combo off at 65 FCR, you'll always get a connection. or you'll always at least have the druid there. Oh my god, huge hits there from Will. Okay, aka Jaws in trouble here early. Big hits again. And that life leech also, especially for the pets, when a druid comes in with a whole bunch of pets like that, those are very likely gonna stand in the way of your whirlwind. So it is a little bit of a drawback to, you know, if you don't have the life leech. So that way when your whirlwind misses, you know, and it hits their pets instead, you at least get a pretty significant chunk of life back. Allowing you to get in close and do these, you know, invite these exchanges again. But that is the druid's defense here, essentially. Because in the DFC, we limit block versus a barbarian on a lot of classes. It's not limited on all classes, but a lot of classes is limited to 35%. And druid is one of those classes. So that's why, especially, they have their pets up. It's to get into the way of whirlwind. They know about the combo. John knows about the combo. He knows that if he gets comboed like that, it's gonna hurt. He's gonna take some damage. Oh hell yeah, Squigs, that's awesome, man. What a hell of a guy. I read 35% versus gang. Oh yeah, dude, you got to. And that's the thing. A smart druid will do that. They'll go right to the 35%. Because they know how powerful block is versus a barb. There's a reason it's limited. If you've ever been on a barb dueling a druid with 75% block, I'm impressed that you didn't uninstall the game. It is the most demoralizing duel. The druid can just sit there and throw spells at you, and there's nothing you can do. Like, the barb doesn't have an auto hit. He doesn't have an always hit skill. He should, but he doesn't. You know, it's just crazy. There's literally nothing you can do. That's what they should do. They should make Berserk always hit. That's what they should do next patch. IAS breakpoints and or Berserk always hits. If you go Berserk and you're sacrificing your defense and all that shit, I think it should. Berserk should just always hit. Can't block it, can't defend it, always hit like Smite. Boom, Zerk. Just immediately. There's no blocking. I think that would reward a barb for being hyper aggressive, taking risks, and it would punish opponents for stacking up a lot of DR. Oh, I think the more I think about that, man, I might write an email to Blizzard. I might send it to them. I've got an idea. That would single-handedly allow us to remove so many rules in the DFC surrounding barbs. Like, oh, you gotta nerf your build because barb fucking blows. Oh man, great hits here though from Jaw. You notice what he's doing. This is a great strategy. He's not at all scared of Will on this barb. What he's doing is he's staying close and just creating these chaotic situations with Tornado. He's surrounding from the outside, kind of looping around, making it hard for Will to get a name lock. He's staying just mobile enough, but look at all of these NATOs he's just setting up. It's really hard to engage. And just like that, man, very beautifully done there from Jaw. Yeah, exactly. Zerk is definitely usable in some occasions, but in the occasions where it is usable, it should definitely be always hit, man. Holy shit. Like, you're using it to tell the into the blind spot of a Din, which, who cares if that matchup starts to favor the barb more? Great. Like, it's already so fucking lopsided in favor of the Din. Like, and versus a Smiter? Oh my god, that'd be sick. Smiter versus barb is so pathetic too. It used to be good, but Berserk always hit would be sick. Or actually, you know what they should do? It should be Kant's always hit. Nah, that would fuck up melee. But yeah, either way, point is, because then magic damage is, all your damage gets converted to magic damage, so all of their DR doesn't matter. God damn, that would make Barb so good. I would love that. Berserk always hit. I'm down for it. Or maybe some underused skill like Bash. That would also be fair. Because people use Berserk. There's a point to using Berserk, magic damage. There's a point to using Conts, melee. There's no point to using Bash. It's knockback too, so if it was like always hit, that would be really cool. I think it's knockback. I'm not sure. $777 on the life total. You can see no rep life here. It's all life leech from Will. He's really hoping to get these hits in there, leech some life back. Catches a hurricane for his troubles, though. He's getting whittled down by that hurricane. Oh, man. Beautiful hits there. I thought when he was whirlwinding out, he was going to get caught by those NATOs, but he survived. Let's check this out from Ja, a.k.a. the Pringles point of view here. See what this looks like from the droid's standpoint. And you can see what he's doing. He is hunting for that name lock. Nice NATOs from the outside. Beautifully done. Damn, son. 3-0 so far, I believe, in favor of Ja. Or maybe that... Was that it? Damn, son. Well, Ja gets there on the droid. Was that 3 or 4? I thought it was 3. But let's see. Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, it is 4. Okay, yep, there it is. Yep, Ja gets there. Holy shit. Love it that these guys are showing off the gear, man. Thanks for doing that. Love to see it. You get to see the suicide branch there. That is that's an interesting choice that a lot of times druids will use versus Barb. Now, why? Because they have to put DR somewhere, right? It's usually not on the shield, mainly because you lose 35 FCR with Spirit that way. It's usually on the helm. You only lose 20. You can make it up with an extra ring and a weapon that has 50 FCR. Needs to be 50 in order for them to maintain that 163 breakpoint. And you have Whiz Spike and you have Suicide Branch. More commonly, Suicide Branch is what people use. Mainly because of the plus to skills. But, there could be situations that call for a Whiz Spike, such as if you're a Shaman Druid going up against a Cold Sork or something. There is a situation. But yeah, hell yeah, man. Good duel between these guys. Absolutely epic. And next up, we've got the long-awaited Riz v. Foos. Holy shit, boys. I am excited about this one. This is going to be... Oh, Foos is on the sin. Uh-oh. What's he doing here? What's going on? Foos going on the Sin. Is he going versus Riz on the Sin? Are they doing some Sin v Sin? I actually think that's really cool. I think I almost set this up as that, but figured that this would be... Well, it would be a hard duel for Foos, not gonna lie. Foos on the Druid versus a savage whirler like Riz, most aggressive player in D2 history, would certainly be tough. So it looks like these guys might have swapped it up a little bit. They might be doing some Sin v Sin. In which case, I am excited about that. Sin v Sin in the DFC. Oh, Sin v Barb Mirror. Okay, that's what it is. Love it. Love it, dude. That's actually going to be even sicker right there. Sin v Sin is still pretty fun. Sin v Sin, ever since the new rule changed in DFC, I think it's probably the Sin v Sin used to be a matchup that we would never even schedule because it was so fucking miserable. The best strategy when you're going up against another Sin is to be a trapper. You don't really want to whirl. As the great Bowie once said, he who gets more aggressive loses. So you are incentivized to be a trap Sin, right? However, in the DFC, specifically in Sin v Sin, there's a few restrictions now. One of those restrictions is that trap grand charms are banned, right? You can't have trap grand charms. So you can be a trapper, but your damage is going to be pretty asinine compared to what it otherwise would be. The other restriction is that you must use the Chaos Claw. Now that is an interesting one, because that makes it so that you have to be a Whirl Girl. You have to have the ability to Whirlwind. You don't have to do it, but you have to have a Chaos Claw. So it basically turns the Sin v Sin into a tournament style, Sin PK. Basically, with a little bit of leeway compared to their rule set, but that was a very cool thing. When I started doing Sin PK, I was like, wow, that is actually a phenomenal rule. Sin v Sin's so fun. So no matter what, you're always basically dueling with a hybrid Sin or a Whirl Girl, right? So for example, my Ghost Sin is pretty savage. She just wants to whirlwind. She don't care about the traps. She's just trying to whirl. And but you could also be a hybrid Sin. You could commit some of those points to traps instead and do some whirling and some trapping. You could be a spider. You could be a hybrid Sin if you have the right claws. But most importantly, it is a very interesting duel. It is probably the closest thing to a melee match in HLD without actually being a melee match. It does depend a lot on your gear. However, there is a lot of skill behind it as well. There's a lot of other variables that come into play besides just RNG. So yeah, but it's one of my favorite duels now. So that duel in particular, going from one that was just never made as a matchup to actually a fun duel. But that being said, this is not a Sin v Sin per se. This is a Sin v Barb mirror. So what we're seeing right now is Riz on a Barbarian, and he's hunting down the Foozer man on the Sin. And Foos, I gotta say, is pretty epic on the Sin. You notice his trap placement here. He's making it very tough for Riz to get on the inside and deliver a lot of that damage, right? He is barred in this matchup as a Sin player against the Barb from using Shadow Bay or Shadow Master. He can use Shadow Warrior, but if he wants those stuns from Mind Blast, he has got to get them himself. So anytime you see Riz getting stunned with Mind Blast, that's a legit quick lock from Foozer. And really, ever since that rule change, you don't actually see a lot of Sins. You don't see a lot of Mind Blasts from Sins in this matchup anymore. And it really shows you how much of that was coming from the Shadow Bay. Nice hits there from Riz. Holy shit, he almost got him. Oh my god, bro. From literal Mind Blast PK to like Foos might be in trouble. Oh my god, man, what a nail biter. Foos is chasing down Riz here, but he's being very methodical about it. Riz is being very patient. This is what I mean when I talk about the patience on a Barb. You notice Riz staying on the outside, he's leaping, he's not going and looking for trouble per se, right? He knows that if he goes into Foozer and he starts chasing him, he's just gonna run into traps. There's gonna be these AI fucking traps everywhere. So what he's doing is he's being very patient. He's waiting for Foozer to come looking for him. And when he steps outside, he might lay a trap or two, but there's not going to be a 5-stack waiting for him when he engages. A mirror means that after 3 matches, after 3 rounds, when somebody hits 3 in this matchup, they're going to swap it. And then Riz is going to be on the Sin, and Foozer is going to be on the Barb. Yep, so it's an FT3 each. Then, they swap classes, and they do it again. Some would say the fairest way to duel, but also takes a little longer, but honestly, the queue is looking clear. This is all I have in the queue, unless I missed somebody. We've got the Riz v Foos, and that's it for the queue so far, man. That's it. We also, I guess we've got AF50 versus Coooley. I hate to Hate to bust out the new tech for you, AF50, but we might have some new pieces of candy. Might have some new pieces of candy. Yeah, that'd be great. Yep. Finishes with Foos on Barb, Riz on Sin. I think that would probably be the best way. Riz is just an absolute savage Sin player. But the thing is, I think you shouldn't underestimate the Foozer man. There's a reason these guys are going up against each other. Foozer, he kind of came back into the DFC and he's like, all right, man, hey, what's up? It's been a while, right? And then he just starts fucking flatlining guys, right? He starts making it look fucking easy. Just starts flatlining them. And then you remember, Foozer man ain't no joke. This guy is an absolute legend, an OG player, and certainly a nightmare in the Bloodmore. His Sin style really reminds me of who was the Sin player in LOD? 3 letters. His name was 3 letters. EOS. Dude, literally his play style reminds me of EOS. It's just so clean, so quick, so violent, right? Like, so aggressive, too. Yo, what up, Realism? Good to see you, man. Welcome in. Foo's better on Barb than Riz is on Barb. Only fair. Yeah, I would think so, too. And Riz is just... The Sin is his class, man. Like, that is... He can play Barb, and he's really gone all in and focused on the Barb. I think we have seen him over the past year or so really diversify his threats pretty substantially, where he's now a force to be reckoned with on the Barb, as you can see here. But I think his home is the Sin, right? It's the class that he loves playing. He enjoys it. It's second nature for him. Just like we all have our class like that, right? Mine is the Din. I do not have to think on the Din. And I'm not saying I'm the best Din, but I'll fucking smash most people. All right, I will fucking smash most people on the Din, and I won't even break a sweat. All right, won't even have to think about it, and especially that Joby guy. Easy, dude, easy PK. But that being said, I wouldn't even have to, like, I could be fucking asleep, right? But that's your class, right? Everybody has that class with them. There's everything is like muscle memory, second nature. Yeah, that'd be sick. That'd be sick. Well, let's see. Maybe it won't even get there. Maybe Foos and his skills on the Barb is gonna best Riz on the Sin, but I don't know, man. Foos is looking real clean on this Sin here, I gotta say. And you notice what Foos is doing here. He's hunting from a distance. And what I mean by that is he will cautiously approach, well, rather aggressively approach Riz, and he'll lay down these traps. He'll always make sure that he has traps up, like at least a couple. But he's always kind of just off screen casting them, right? Just off screen, landing them right on Riz's screen. But then, as Riz turns the tide, turns the tables on, tries to close the distance, get in there in Whirlwind, you'll notice that Foozer Man will have some secret traps that he laid behind him, and he'll teleport right back into them. So now when Riz goes in and closes the distance, he's now surrounded by traps. It is a very, very high level Sin play, very commendable from someone who is, you know, allegedly better on the Barb. Foos is looking clean on the Sin, man. Smash all! Thanos has entered the chat. Hell yeah. Barb can win this. You can win it pretty easily. Just like that. Essentially, you close the distance and get in there. That's it. But, you know, you just have to... You're rolling the dice. The Sin has weapon block, which is going to block about 60% of the time, you know, on average for most people's builds. You just got to roll the dice. You got to hit him clean, get some locks. You got to be patient. You just got to... You have to be accurate with your whirlwinds. And that is the challenge with the Barbarian in general. Is just that it's a very, very hard class to play because it is never at an advantage versus anything. Yeah, Yeah, anything. I don't think it has an advantage versus any class. There's no clear advantage. So you're always having to rely on your skill, your timing, your precision. But this is a very winnable duel. You just have to close the distance and land some tight whirls. That's it. It is very winnable. But I believe it's now 2-1. So this is good. This is good. It's 2-1 in favor of the Foos, though. Yeah, so now we have a duel, and it makes this that if Riz does shut out Foos when Riz goes on the Sin, he wins. If he gets a 3-0 on the Sin. But it's now 2-1. That counts in DFC. The rule is this. Usually in previous, like, you know, FT5 formats or whatnot, you might have seen that if both players annihilate each other, it's a draw, right? And it doesn't count. Not necessarily the case in DFC. It does count as a win for both players. Unless that would end the duel. If that would end the duel, it then is a draw. Right? So, like, if it's 1-0 and then both players kill each other in the next round, it's 2-1. But in this particular circumstance, let's say it was 2-1 on the other side, right? And these guys had already done their first FT3, and then they drew, that would be a draw. But right now, even if this round is a draw, it counts. It wouldn't end the duel, right? So, like, if they draw here, it's 3-2. Duel wouldn't be over. They would still have another side to swap to. Throw me in Dirty in the queue? Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Enigma v Dirty. That one's gonna be sick. Oh, man. Big hits there from Foozer. Fizzle and Dong are ready? Oh my god. All right, we'll throw you up in there. This is what it's looking like as well. We've got Riz v Foos. These guys are going to swap it up, do an FT3 after this one with Riz on the Sin, Fooser on the Barb. Then we've got AF50 versus Coooley. Then we've got Enigma Dirty and Fizzle versus Donger. All of these are going to be bangers, man. This whole card, when we set it up this week, I was like, these are all fucking bangers. Every single one. Hell yeah, Super Dude. That'd be sick, man. Was happy to see you as part of it, dude. And look, no worries, no hurries. That's the thing. This is what I say. This kind of works in a format where even if you're the champion, you don't have to be there every week, right? We all got things to do. The show will go on regardless. You know, so don't feel bad. If you're like, oh man, I've got something going on, I can't sign up this week. No worries. Pick it right back up the next week, you know? Yeah, and the way that the scoring is set up in DFC 2 really, like, encourages that. Like, take a break sometimes. That's all of that is fine. You know, you're essentially in DFC, the only thing that really matters for your score and your ranking, the most important thing is your number of wins, right? So, if you're off to a bad streak, let's say you just start up and you're, you know, 0-3, and you just can't catch a break, it's not a big deal. It just doesn't hold you back at all. Once you get on the horse, once you get it figured out, start getting some wins, that's what counts. Oh yeah, exactly, man. Foozer and Riz, both absolute savage aggro. I'm glad they swapped it up. I kind of felt bad for the Foos on the Druid. It is certainly not a I wouldn't see it. It's not a fun match. I think it's very winnable for a Druid. But Riz had the option of either Sin or Barb. I would imagine he'd probably go Sin. That would have been hard for Foos if he did. If he went Barb, I think it's very, as you can see here, it's actually very winnable. Like he's very good on it, but as we've seen, the Druid can also win. Look, Misfit, we didn't pick any names, all right? It was just a freaking, it was just an example, all right? We didn't mean to call you out like that. I don't know. I actually don't know if that's true. I don't know if you're 03. Literally, the losses, I don't even see them. The only time in matchmaking they come into play is it's looked at behind the scenes as to whether or not these people have fought recently. Like, that's it. Have these guys fought recently? If so, give it a break. All right, it's looking like it's 3-1 in favor of the Foos for their first matchup there. Interesting. But now we've got Riz, the most savage Diablo 2 player, most aggressive in the history of D2, and he's now on his home base. He's on home base right here on the Sin. Foozerman on the Barb. These guys gonna be swapping it up. If Riz can go 3-0 on the Sin here, he's gonna take the duel. It's gonna be his. He wins. Yeah, I see, I might be on a vicious losing streak right now, but that's all right. I know it doesn't matter, because as soon as I catch these sails, these fucking guys at the top are going to catch these hands. Right now, we just practicing is what I call it. I'm just feeling them out, just practicing. Playing the field a little bit, seeing what it's like. Oh my god, man, look at this. Foos on this Barb. He was asking, how does a Barb win this? Well, this right here is probably one of my favorites, certainly one of the best Sin players, I think. This is Riz. And look at the Foozer man getting in here, closing the distance. He's ahead in this duel here. He dealt some big damage early. Now Riz staying by these puddles. I actually like this. The terrain is going to help him here if he can kind of kite Foos to these puddles. It makes it so that if Foos, like, clicks on one side of these puddles, he's gonna like whirlwind all the way around to the other side, all while eating traps. That was an insane CT cast right there, CT stomp. Now what that is you'll notice every once in a while these guys, you'll see their stat screen pop up or their skill screen pop up, and it might look like a misclick at first, but that's to give them leverage on casting, right? That's it makes it so they can cast further. It shifts your character to one side of the screen or the other. And if you don't believe me, try it on your client. Hit the C button, hit the T button, bring up any sort of one-sided UI like that, and watch your character shift to the side of the screen. On that opposite side, you can cast further. And it makes it so that in those situations right there, like what we just saw with Foos, he was way off the map. And he either had a nice sneaky name lock there, or did a CT stomp when he came back. And he was far out there, and he landed it. He takes round one. Foozer will only need one more round, I believe. I think their first match went 3-1. He'll only need one more round. If he gets another win on a Barb, he wins. That's because his record would be better. Even if Foos went 3-0 after, or even if Riz went 3-0 after, Foozer's record would be better. And he's off to a great start. Look at that aggression, man. That is so savage. Now seeing it from this angle, you might be asking yourself, how does the Sin even win this? Right? How is the Sin gonna win this? That is some hyper aggression from Foos. That is just demoralizing. Incredible name locks there and Mind Blast from Riz. Trying to utilize that terrain, but damn, son! Foozer man just getting in there and finishing it just like that. Fast locks. Yeah, he is a savage. Yeah, we're gonna check the tapes there, Riz, to see what kind of hacks the Foozer man was running. All of those fast locks like that. Yeah, we're gonna do a full investigation. Yep. Holy shit, what a savage, man. Yeah, Foozer Man, definitely good on that barb. Holy hell. You see that? It's just pure aggression. Closes the distance. There was no patience on his end. Just getting in there, jamming it. That was crazy. But yep, Foos gets there. He takes it. I say we swap it up, man. I'm going to check with AF50, see if he's ready to jam. Yeah, AF50 versus the GDA. I think those guys are ready to throw down. Let's actually do that so these guys can get it. Let's pop over. Those guys are just finishing it up right there. Playing the match out up. Love it. Love it. But let's pop over. We've got AF50 versus the GDA. This right here is going to be a low-level dueling, level 30 matchup. And it looks like Sin v Barb. Damn, man, this one's going to be an epic one. A matchup of the ages. Sin v Barb. How's it going to go? Well, let's find out. It's about to get real up in here, boys. Let's jam. We've got GDA Master on the barb. He's got his throw weapons here too. Oh my god. AF50 on that blade, Sin, though. God damn, that thing hits like a truck. I gotta say, great moves there from GDA. He recently swapped this barb to be a throw barb. Recently got himself some poons, and man, those things are looking good. I think in this matchup in particular, it's really good because it allows you to stay on the outside, right? It allows you to play the distance game with the Sin and make it so that they have to either Dragonflight, close the distance, or do something. And when they do, you can do that. You can punish them with that whirl, but you gotta be ready for it. Gotta be ready and waiting for that. Nice ninja stars there from the AF50. He's so good, so familiar with this matchup. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't like the walking here from GDA. I think that's really how he got caught in those first couple of exchanges. Walking is good if you have a shield, or if you want to rely on your defense to kind of shake some things off from you. But I think there's just so much volume with the ninja stars, you know, with the Blade Fury. It's not even worth rolling the dice, and they hit so fucking hard that like you would just rather move out of the way. Yeah, I like that. I like the run here instead of the walk. It's now 2-0 in favor of AF50. All right, after this, we'll give AF50 some time to swap gears to melee, and we'll cut over to Dirty versus Enigma after this, but we'll throw AF50 versus Coooley into melee right before Fizzle and Donger. Get him, AF50. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. This Sin is a problem. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, and he procs slow missiles here, too. So AF50 is wearing peace armor. And that is, that's a very interesting one. The reason they wear that is because of the crit. It gives them plus to critical strike, which does help their damage quite a bit. But it can have a chance to proc slow missiles when you get hit. It's allowed. Yeah, it's allowed, man. That is one of the things about LLD. Oh my god, beautiful setup, beautiful plays there from GDA. That's how to do it, man. He's got to be ready with that whirlwind as soon as his opponent comes in. That time he caught AF50, now making it 2-1, still in favor of the Blade Goblin himself, AF50, but GDA showing how it's done there. Just in time to not use against me, right? Yep, can't wait. You just wait, Alex. Next time, we're gonna have a real duel. Oh, nice whirls there. And he gets out without taking too much damage. Loving the throws here. Now, a throw barb is certainly, I think a throw barb is the best LLD build that you can make, but it certainly does require good timing, great skill, most importantly, a lot of practice on this, right? It is definitely tough to get into the cadence of when to whirl, when to throw, how to manage that distance, but most importantly too, how to trick your opponent, how to play the mind game that barbarians always have to play, right? You always have to play it as a barb player. You're always playing that mind game. I think GDA is trying to bait a D-flight stomp, which is very smart. He should just be playing on the outside, running around him, baiting that stomp. Oh my god! Gets him with a throw, though! With slow missiles! That was a slow throw hit right there. Slow missiles. Pff. More like ho missiles. Bitch! Fucking gets him, dude. Whirlwind overcharge for LLD. Hearsay. Dins get wins. Right now, I'm not saying it's not the most. Yeah, obviously the most stylish, most sexy, and obviously most masculine build is the Charger in LLD. That it's not even close. That's not the debate, right? But when it comes to best performing builds, I think the throw barb, or a brawler barb essentially, throw whirl, is just, I don't think it really has a bad matchup, besides maybe a Zon. But even then, there'd better be a you know, if you're a good barb, you can actually win that. Oh, big hits from AF50. Holy shit, man. I believe the score right now is 2-2 between these guys. Great timing from AF50 there. Amazing timing and a great use of the Dragonflight there. That's how to do it. What up, Brandu? Wow. Epic bout between these two. 3-2 in favor of AF50, I believe. Wild fight. This is a good one, man. Level 30 duels just hit different. This is my home, man. This is what really got me into PvP, is level 30 dueling. Of course, me just griefing pubs is really what did it for me. Then I noticed that people really do this. I was literally, before I even knew about actual level 30 PvP, I was just griefing people in pub games with a Charger. It's literally, it's always who I've been, boys. AF50 punishing him here. I think for sure, yeah, I was gonna say, that one is coming. That is coming. I think in that sense, what GDA had to do was just bait him out with the whirl. Just, sometimes when you're low, you gotta bait him, right? You gotta jabait him. Because damn, that one shuriken took half my life. Yeah, those things don't fuck around in LLD. It's so hard. Crazy, man. Good duel between these guys, though. That was epic. And these guys showing off the gear. Oh shit, that'd be sick, man. Y'all get to see some very, very niche matchups, or very niche gear for even more niche matchup. Pretty crazy, man. Yeah, look at those poons. Those are real nice, man. They don't necessarily need to have be E-rep on a barb, because you can essentially just repair them with your throw mastery, right? If they crit, they have a chance to replenish quantity. Yeah, and these aren't E-rep. These are just straight ethereal. And that probably forces an LLD barb onto piece armor, because you need to make sure that they're critting. If they're not critting, they're not replenishing. And there it is, piece armor, right? Just gives you a better chance to crit. And that's how he keeps that durability up. Look at those pre-buff claws and everything. 4 Venom LLD level 30 claws. Yeah, and he ain't messing around. He's even got that open wounds AF50 does with that sword back hold. And look at that armor. Strength, Dex, ED on a 3-socket. What was that? 80 lifer armor. Thing is beautiful, man. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. That was nuts. Absolutely wild, boys. All right, let's take some notes here. AF50 GDA. Man, that's looking good. That's just really cool. Love seeing me some LLD fights. All right, up next, boys, we've got Enigma versus Dirty. Let's fucking jam. Enigma versus Dirty. This one's gonna be wild. Let's pop over to Enigma. This guy on the Sin. Dirty one, I would imagine, probably on the Necro, but also had the option for Sin. That's an HLD archivist, so HLD, yeah, if there's a max block build, you pretty much die to it. But in LLD, it's not necessarily the case, and the difference is that in LLD, the damage output is fucking bananas, especially if you have like Crushing Blow or something, which I think we might have limited that on the Barb in DFC, but yeah, it's just the damage output is insane, and there's also less of an opportunity that people are going to stomp you, which that actually does happen on max block builds in HLD. They'll just tele-stomp you. Druids don't give a shit. Like, they'll just close the distance, stomp you, throw a NATO, and there's really not much you can do about it. You know, same with like a Necro. They won't give a shit. Dins, you just can't beat them. But max block and LLD certainly encouraged versus the Barb, because the Barb hits like a fucking Mack truck. And the big difference too in LLD is you don't have a lot of DR options. There's literally one character that can get 50% DR, and it's because of a skill. And holy shit, look at this, Brand Doom with the Legend tier membership. What a fucking savage. My guy, thank you so much. Big cheers to this guy. Let's tip one back, man. That is fucking awesome. Hell of a guy. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, let's do it, man. I'll throw Fizzle and Donger ahead of me in AF50. How's that? We'll throw you guys up next. Let's do that. Y'all are up next. We've got Enigma, Dirty here, and then we've got Fizzle versus the Dongs. Oh yeah, man. Like Crypto Ninja from last week, that thing looked crazy, dude. I gotta check out that build. He sent me a build guide for it. I gotta check it out, man. It's really cool. I hear some really good things about it. It's certainly one of the most unique Nin builds ever. Oh my god, and jam, just like that, man. Just like that, Enigma takes him out. He has some vicious blitz. I think that might have been, it was definitely a Dragonflight, but was that a Blade Shield PK? Hard to tell what hit there. Could have been a Shadow Bay PK. Yeah, he's a spider. Okay, he's a spider, so he's gonna cut him open. Oh, okay, yep, that's what it is. He swapped his... He has Chaos Claw on his main hand, which is gonna make it so that he actually adds magic damage to his attack and busts through the bone armor. He doesn't care about the bone armor anymore. When he hits through, he's actually doing magic damage. That's going right through. Holy shit. That's some next level shit from Enigma right there. Spider Sin with 12k traps, 3.9k whirlwind, and next level Sin setup. The Eagle has landed. What? Holy shit. Holy shit. Man, the Jagger versus Smolps. I'm excited. I'm throwing it in the queue right now. Jagger v Smolps. Oh man. Holy shit. What up, Jagger? Good to see you, man. I'm excited for that one. Smolp's been looking real good, man. Ever since entering Melee on that Fury Druid, holy shit, he's been looking clean. It's currently 1-0 in favor of Enigma. Now, this is a very interesting fight right here. I think these are two players cut from the same cloth, right? Both of these guys just students of the game on their build, probably significantly underrated by a lot of people, but absolute savages. Enigma, this guy has done some big things. I think climbed up the ranks in the Sin PK 2v2 tournament. This guy ain't no joke on a Sin. Certainly a force to be reckoned with. But even in 1v1s, this guy is just nuts. He goes, yeah, I need to win 2 more to take it all. Holy shit. That's crazy. That's so good. And by the way, Social Stangman.
Stangman became a member.
Damn, bro. SoCal Stangman. My guy. Big cheers. Thank you so much for that. Legend tier membership. Welcome in, brother. Big cheers to you. We gotta head over to the Hall of Fame here before too long. Y'all got some special seats as members up in the Hall of Fame, the golden sunlight, the golden statues. Just don't fondle them. Just don't fondle the statues. Other than that, you enjoy yourself. Someone please DM me when Smolps and I are up. Gotta feed the kids. All right, man, do your thing. Oh, and look at this. It's 9 p.m. Terror about to be unleashed on Sanctuary. The TLD Discord. These guys are up to their old tricks. Popping these D clones every Thursday night, man. Big cheers, big shout out to these guys. You could almost set your clocks by it. 9 p.m. Eastern on DFC night, man. Holy shit. And something tells me if they do it like they usually do, that won't be the only one. They're probably going to be popping them every 10 minutes if you want to get in there and jam it. Non-ladder, North America. Big shout out to TLD, the Last Dynasty Discord. Savage guys over there. Hell yeah, man. And look at this. Now you can see Dirty utilizing that bone prison a lot more, too. That's very important. Because he's now noticing that the whirlwind of his opponent, of Enigma, is certainly a threat, and he would just assume that whirlwind not hit him, right? Sometimes if they're a hybrid, you can get away with it. The damage isn't too bad. You can kind of take it, right? But a spider is just trying to cut you open, trying to utilize that venom, trying to do some damage over time. Dirty doesn't want at all that whirlwind hitting. So what he's doing is as soon as he sees Enigma close in the distance and coming in here, he's casting Bone Prison, and that makes it so that if Enigma stomps him, and he's right down on top of him, even if he doesn't, what Dirty's going to do is teleport right into that Bone Prison and stay in it at close range. And that's going to make it so that if Enigma does whirlwind in, there is a very good chance that his whirlwind, instead of hitting the player, hits the Bone Prison. So it's basically a way to block the Bone Prison without actually blocking it. I don't, AF50. I don't, brother. Feel free, throw one up. I'll join it. And then this is what I did. I moved us down in the queue, but we've got Fizzle Donger next, and then me and you can jam it, and then Jagger versus Smolps. Hell yeah, what? Holy shit, Donger's
core DNGR became a member.
Holy shit. This guy changing his name too so that he doesn't get auto banned. Look at this. Big moves. Bro, thank you so much for that membership, man. Legend tier membership from not that Donger, but this Donger. My guy, big cheers. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, he literally he would get banned in the chat because YouTube would think his name is like profanity. Yeah, I know. I have it set so people can say whatever the fuck they want, but like I don't know why it auto bans. That's stupid. I think if it lets you create an account with a certain name, it should let you say those words in a chat or in, anything. I'm kind of also a complete asshole online, so it's getting down to the point I kind of know what YouTube will stop you from saying. Like, hey, you don't say things like that. Can you please think before you post this comment? And then I post it anyway, but yeah. Holy shit, man. Enigma now 2-0. Now 2-0 versus Dirty, and Dirty ain't no slouch on this Necro, man. This is, I'm going to say, the build that made Dirty famous right here is the Necro, right? The class that made him famous. This guy, notorious, an absolute savage. Went in, I remember him telling me the story. He actually watched the hybrid Necro build video from way back in the day, and he said that actually got him into PvP, and that's what he started up with. All to figure out that in D2R, the Bone Necro got some pretty savage buffs, so it's probably better to be on a Bone Necro. But that's what got him, that's what piqued his interest. And he went from that to DFC champ to Hall of Famer and all-time absolute more savage up in here. Yeah, crazy. Another big cheers to Brandoom, SoCal Stangman, and this donger. Guys, thank you so much, man. Not necessary, but much appreciated. Legend tier memberships are some absolute legends. Oh, man. Enigma was rolling the dice there. You saw that spear coming, and it was almost like it was in slow motion, right? We all see it coming, and we're like, well, how come you're not moving? How come you don't get out of the way? Well, the thing is, the assassin has a very, very busted passive skill called weapon block. And a lot of times they can just get away with rolling the dice. There's a 60+% chance that's just that spear, unlike any other magic spell or any other ability to block something, right? Claw block can block magic spells. It can block hammers. It can block spears. Block blizzards. Meteors from outer fucking space can be blocked by weapon block. By just 2 claws. Thank God for the assassin. If the D-Day ever does come, where the meteor is coming for Earth, and the fucking NASA is trying to decipher how they should save the planet, someone tell them to just hire an assassin with 2 fucking claws. She'll stop the whole goddamn thing. It is a very busted passive skill. Yeah, that's what it is. She'll catch the goddamn thing with her claws. That's what it is. She don't fuck around. A sin in space to protect the Earth, right? Right. Can you imagine that, dude? I'm gonna do that if the day comes. They're like, we're gonna need to test out some meteor defense. I'm gonna send him an email. I'm gonna be like, look, I know time is of the essence, and you guys don't need. We can't be wasting. We have no time to spare. So you need to know this, NASA. What you're gonna need is 2 3-pronged claws, and you're gonna need an Asian female, and she's gonna need to be a hired assassin. Just trust me on this. And they'll probably be like, all right, well, let's try it. True, Odin. It doesn't block that. I don't think anyway, Brandoom. It doesn't block that. Anything that's on the ground, it can't block. Like, I think that's what it is. Ground-based stuff, it can't block. If the attack or whatever is on the ground, is like tethered to the ground, it can't block it. Getting some wicked double tellies. I see that, man. A little bit of ping spikes here. But now Dirty advances 1-2 versus the absolute savage Enigma here. Yeah, and those were some great bone spirits, though. They're from Dirty, and that's the thing. We've always said that one of the key ingredients to being a champion, right? And it's almost without exception, is your ability to adapt to your opponent's playstyle. We see it over and over, and I don't think there's been a champion in years that can't do that. And Dirty is one of those players. He is certainly one of those champions that sets the tone with that. Being able to read his opponents, adapt his play style, his game plan based on how they play. It's really good. Sometimes you can get into a pattern in PvP. think you know a build and you know what to do and you don't really change it much. And what really is the big, you know, the big X factor there is if your opponent figures that out, figures out your timing, your patterns of play, and starts capitalizing on it, starts doing things that you don't want them to do. Things that would be a problem for that playstyle. It can block Ravens, yep. Can indeed block Ravens. Fire damage per second is blocked, but since fire damage is actually applied every frame, 25 times per second, often by multiple missiles, damage is reduced rather than prevented entirely. Amazon Basin. Good to know. Thank you for looking that up, Massamoon, and that's actually probably the best source. No, I don't think that was ever updated for D2R, and I will say that weapon block certainly works differently in D2R. I wouldn't be surprised if it was more on the liberal end of it, where it opts to block more shit than less, because you can weapon block Smite in D2R. That shouldn't happen. You can also dodge it. That shouldn't happen. Always hit skills are supposed to always hit. They're not supposed to be able to be blocked at all by anything. Dodged, blocked, but weapon block and the Amazon's dodge, avoid, evade can block those things. In D2R only, not in LOD. I'm way too aggressive with PvP. I still play like a 108 Zon with white gloves. Yeah. Yeah, Zon, you just have to... I mean, even back in those days, though, the Zons... I guess in the white glove days, it was a little different. I mean, the whole game was different then. But even in, like, the Ith days and all of this, Zons were... You didn't see them. That was the thing. Nice hits there from Dirty. They were just off the fucking map, throwing multis. Glass cannons, even in the Barizza days. Even in noob cannon days. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Oh wait, Windforce, oh wait, Volk. Yep, super rare. They still exist on the old realm. Smite lore is ruined. I know, dude. I think, like, the Din already has a hard enough time. Right? Like, especially versus the Sin. And for some reason, Clawblock is just able to block Smite now. It's like, I don't know why. I don't know who made that decision. It's probably an oversight. I'm gonna guess it was an oversight. You know, I can't... It seems like one... It's probably a stacking error with the line of code, right? That's probably what it is. But... Still, I have no idea why. Oh my god, and there it is, man. Holy shit. 2-2 now. It is 2-2. The score has evened up. Dirty is coming back. Yeah, it shouldn't be that way, Odin, but it can now. And it can be dodged. I noticed it, like, I always suspected that Zons were dodging my smites. But the other day, I can't remember what I was doing. I think, actually, I was doing something with a Zon for a video, and I smited the Zon. And it just didn't do anything. Put the swirls over her head and everything. She definitely got hit with it. But it didn't do any damage. I was like, you motherfuckers. True, yeah, that was interesting, Nim. That was... When was that patched? I want to say that was patched 09. That didn't last long. That actually wasn't around for long. That was back in the days. They patched that because the devs cared about PvP so much. I love that. And actually, I think the team of devs that is currently on D2R have more of an appreciation for PvP than any devs have in the past, I think. But still... I don't think it's a huge priority for a lot of devs these days, but regardless, in those days, that was the end game. There was no Ubers. There was no, like, grinding to 99. It was literally, I can't stress this enough, fucking impossible to get to 99. There was no grinding it. There was no, like, oh, let me... There was two people, I guess, that were trying to do it. You had Jur Barb and Russ Barb, but, like... Nobody was doing that. That wasn't an endgame. It was PvP. So that was, they would literally balance skills, balance the entire game around PvP. That was all there was. And it was so cool to see those changes. The life leech changes, the guided arrow pierce changes. Yeah, all of that shit. Well, the guided arrow piercing multiple times wasn't necessarily a big deal, but when you put knockback in with that, that really was a big deal, because it would perpetually knock the player back and they couldn't escape it. It was like a free mind blast lock with one guided. Just boom. Smite is weird with block. What do you mean, like regular block or with claw block? I think Marvel was saying some weird quirk with Smite where it actually can be shield blocked, but will do damage. That is so strange. Yeah, perhaps Smite is just fucked up. This is what they need to do for a future patch. They just need to say, it doesn't need to say much, you don't even need to get specific, just say fixed Smite. Like, reverse the animation and make it look like fucking Smite should look. Literally play the animation backwards. That's it. Instead of wham, it's wham, right? That's it. It's simple. But then also fix whatever fucking cue it has to be blocked. Like, it's obviously getting calculated to be blocked, even though it should be always hit. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I think what it is that there's some sort of check. I can almost explain it to you, and this is also why the Sin can block it and the Zon can dodge it, because there's seems to be some sort of dual level check on the skill. Smite is sitting a little too high on the checks, where it checks to see if it can be blocked, but then can't be blocked. It should just be can't be blocked, no block check, right? But then additionally, there's some other check for the Sin and the Zon, where when they do get hit by something, because the Zon does get hit by Smite, gets the swirlies, when damage would go to their life total, instead it gets calculated for dodge or evade, or claw block. I think that's actually how it's set up in the programming. So that's why, like, Smite checks for block, but then can't be blocked. And then after that, the Smite hits, and then the Zon checks, okay, roll the dice. Do I dodge it? Sin or Zon. Like, do I block it? Do I dodge it? Like, oh yeah, it hit. It shouldn't be that way. Like, it should be those things get knocked down in the queue where, like, always hit, always hits. Then those things get checked. Like, simple as that. And it becomes a moot point. The game stops checking because damage is done. Weapon block working versus Smite makes complete sense. If you can block a meteor with claws, you can block a shield. True. True, but I mean, blocking a meteor doesn't make any sense. Right? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, there's a hit check. Okay. So, example of Duriel Smite. So, the following monsters also use Smite, though it requires a hit check, can be blocked, and its plus damage is not applied. So its plus damage is not applied, but the actual Smite does hit. So, like, Crushing Blow and core damage of Smite will hit, but the damage plus won't be applied, or like enhanced damage off weapon won't be applied. That's interesting. Me and Paulie almost ready. We'll throw you in, man. We got Fizzle Donger, AF50 Coooley, Jagger Smolps. Clint v. Paulie. We'll throw it in there, bro. The bear has a skill called Smite, but it's also not Smite. No shit. Interesting. Holy shit, man. This is a close round between these guys. It's currently 2-2. And the thing is, these tend to be longer duels, the Sin versus Necro. And they can very easily turn into, like, pride sessions, right? Prideful matches. But both of these guys are actually savage players, playing it the way they should. Jamming, slamming, and Alabaming. Turning up the heat. and fucking making it happen, dude. It's crazy. Very close duel. Yeah, it's just called Smite for some reason. That's weird. Yep, claws blocking FOH also makes no sense. Exactly. Claw block. I mean, at this point, none of that shit really makes sense. But all I would ask for weapon block or for dodge, avoid, evade is that it just works like it should. I'm not asking for all that shit to make sense, alright? Just work like it should. You know, whereas Smite, this fucking poor paladin, is already at a disadvantage in everything in this game. Let's not make his Smite an otherwise always hit skill somehow not hit. It's called Bear Smite? No joke. No shit, dude. That's wild. I'm writing this down. I have a file. Whenever Max shares something, it's called Things You Didn't Know About Diablo 2. I often pull from this list for random weird facts. It's in there. This is the new list, and we're already 28 items deep. It's crazy. It's friggin' crazy, man. Like, I think actually one of my most recent shorts that I did was, I literally almost didn't even believe Max with the slow missiles thing. I was like, no. So I fucking loaded it up. And sure as shit, it actually does reduce the damage of non-physical projectiles. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, we will, Max. Arctic Blast is the real problem. It can't be claw blocked, no shit. Or is it like, or is Arctic Blast like, ground fire damage where it just hits every frame, so... Or can it just not block that? Oh, I agree, Massamoon. Yeah, for sure. I did a video back in the day called 30 Things You Never Knew About Diablo 2, and that was in it. I think it was like one of the first things. That is probably one of the coolest. Hell, he takes damage for using that dark magic. For joining the dark side. That's what it is, man. Oh yeah. Here's the thing, all right? Call me a traitor if you want, but I'm in the partner Discord for Diablo, which, like, you know, the devs are in that and shit too. Like, they're kind of cool dudes. But when they started adding these stash tabs, holy shit, man, that's 3-2. Holy shit. When they started adding these stash tabs, I immediately blew a whistle. I was like, look, guys, I know what you're trying to do, but I was like, please be aware of this. I was like, I haven't been able to replicate it, but I pulled some juck fuckery with it. The more stash space you give us, the more we can overload the fucking game's memory. Allow me to show you. It's like, watch me poof all of these items. I was like, here's some crafted rings. Poof. They're gone. Like, additionally, this works the other way on a ladder stash tab. It forgets that you took the item out of the stash. So you take it out, you mule it to a character, do some crazy shit. It forgets that you had it there, or that you took it out, and now you've duped it. So it's like, just be aware. And I guess they were. They've said that, yeah, we are aware that, like, there's memory problems with certain items. And they're working on making those better. So that's a good one. Hell yeah, man. All right, while these guys get it figured out, they might be switching up, remaking a game right here. This one's very close. We're going to cut over to Fizzle v. Donger. If these guys are ready, we'll cut over into a melee match here. This one is running a bit long, but it is a good match, I gotta say. That one is a very, very good match. Enigma Dirty, that one looks clean. We gotta put that one up in there. Holy shit. 'Cause that is just wild. Oh my god, holy shit, boys. We have cut over right at the right time. Nate Fizzle delivering the violence, Nate Fizzle delivering the violence to Donger here. Notice he touched Akara multiple times there and actually healed from it. That's because he got cut open. And even though you heal at Akara, she doesn't remove open wounds, so you'll keep bleeding. Which is interesting. Certainly is interesting. And there it is. Donger evening up the score now. Let's kick over to Donger. Certainly is interesting. And there it is. Let's kick back over. Wait, he's got the stream playing in the background so we get an echo. Let's kick back over to Nate Fizzle here. All right, and here we go, boys. Epic showdown between the Dins here. Holy shit, and Judge Fizzle slain again by the Donger. Donger now advancing to 2-1 in this matchup. Medium Din and Dollhouse Sin. Have to check out Too Many in queue. We'll have to run it next week. Cheers. Oh, shit. Oh, sorry, Montriana. Well, damn, son. Well, good luck. That is definitely a tough matchup. We're all rooting for the Din, man. We're all rooting for the Din. Big cheers, brother. Is that why new season seems so late? I'm not sure. It's kind of never been on a schedule like it used to be on LOD. Holy shit! Huge comeback there though from Nate Fizzle. Advancing the score to 2-3 now between these guys. This shit is getting real, man. It's the Din violence. Oh, man. Donger showing that Din prowess. All right. It's a tie score between these guys. Non-title fight. FT10, no win by 2. That is wild. Speaking of the partner Discord, they're just talking about partner merch over here. Asking for my bra size, my sweater size. Double D. Double D. Let's get it up in there. We've got this right here, then we've got I'm gonna push me an AF50 down, if you don't mind, AF50. And we'll do this, then Jagger Smolps, then Clint Pauly. Fizzle Donger, Jagger Smolps, both melee matches, then Clint Pauly. 5-4 in favor of the Donger. I think that would be epic if Smolps does. That's a big deal. If Smolps, can promise you, if Smolps takes out Jagger, Smolps going for the title next week. You can't, someone's got to stop this guy. Controller OP. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's actually not too bad. Oh my god. Oh my god. This one is right toe-to-toe with these guys. Right neck and neck. 6-5. Now, this is interesting because in recent DFC history, it looks like these guys have agreed to go Fort Phoenix, which you can do in the DFC. You can agree to whatever rule set you want. But naturally, in the DFC rule set, we ban. Fort Phoenix in Din v Din. Unless it's Din v Druid, it's the only time, right? But beautiful thing about the DFC rule set, you can agree to whatever rules you want. Let's say you stepped into a duel and you were like, you know what? Let's do FT1, full rejuves allowed. Let's just fucking do this. One and done. If you guys agree on it, that's fine. We'll check it out. And he's going in for a swap, is the Nate Fizzle. Uh-oh. Bringing out the swap. He's opting to go for more defense on the gloves. Interesting. Very interesting here. That was, you don't see that very often. He actually just had E-Rep gloves right there. 20 IAS E-Rep gloves. Probably dual stat. I didn't get a good look on him. But that's a item slot right there. Very underutilized for stacking up defense is the glove slot. It's very rare that people will really make an edge case to swap to that. Usually what you'll see first, especially in Din v Din, is players swap to Herald of Zakarum on their bow side, right? So where they cast battle orders, they'll have Hawes. And that is because it gives more to combat skills, essentially giving you more defense. Donger, though, man, Fizzle almost came back from that in that round. But there it is. Donger showing that Din prowess, throwing the holy bolt. Even though he has felled his fellow brother paladin over here, he's showing the good sportsmanship, throwing the holy bolt and saying, I hope you're okay, brother. He says, weapon kind of sucks. I got lucky, to be honest. Look at this. Judge Fizzle with the low small crescent. He's got the single low small crescent here. And holy shit, I gotta say, just something that I've off the cuff noticed in some melee matches, especially Din v Din, where Fort Phoenix is allowed, that Etten Axe comes out on top a lot, I gotta say. Like, you know, granted, small sample size, but damn, that thing looks, look at that. Cruel Fool, IAS, single low, but E-Rep, all of that, man, it's just looking clean. And a 65 121 perfectly rolled Phoenix shield, thing is beautiful. Gorgeous vampire bone pain grip gloves. Yeah, I don't know why. The small crescent, I always was thinking was the new meta. I really do think it is. I think there's something to that small crescent. But in Din v Din a lot, man, we see that axe, the Etten Axe, just come out. Comes out on top. Those were the gloves, man. Strength, E-Rep, Godly, 20 IAS. Insane. Look at that melee ring, dude. 20 strength, 13 dex, 56 life, 117 AR. Gorgeous. And an absolutely almost 100% perfect Dungos there, too. Beautiful setup. Full inventory of matching charms there. 319 20s for the Judge Fizzle. This guy, you can tell, previous champion. Absolute savage with these guys. That was insane, man. The Fizzle versus Donger. GG's, guys. That was an epic match. All right, let's move on to the Jagger versus Small. Someone said, message Jagger. Message Jagger when he's ready to go. We gotta send him a message. The Jagger swags. You're up. All right, we messaged him, dude. Oh, and he's there. He's ready to jam. Let's pop over. Here he is. Oh, he's got a low Zod crescent, man. Oh my god, he's got low Zod. Hell yeah. Damn, son. All right, this is gonna be a duel. This is gonna be a duel. Smolps versus Jagger. Anyone know, is Smolps around? Is he jamming? Oh yeah, he's up in there. Oh, hell yeah, man. Oh my god, this is such a big duel. Boys, this is a big duel. I'm really excited about this one. Smolp's off to an incredible start in melee. This guy just hops in on the Fury Druid, starts pummeling people on Puma. That's what he does, and now he's pummeled his way into a top fighter right here. And I think this is going to be his biggest challenge yet. Seasoned vet, Jagger swags. Ain't no stranger to these matchups. And look at the new tool set he's got up his sleeve here. We ain't seen that two-socket small crescent there before. That one looks new. I don't think we've ever seen that one get busted out. And damn, it's looking clean. Wow, man. A lot of good min damage on that, but I wonder, call me crazy. I know why he's using it now. I was thinking EBOTD might be better with the core damage, and it is, but the reason he's using that is because he's trying to stack up Vicious Deadly Strike, make it so that every time he hits just about, he's getting some big damage. I think if I had to guess, his Deadly Strike is 87%. Oh my god, huge hits for both players here. And there it is. Jagger Swags gets there in round 1, and boys, this one's gonna be a show.
Welcomes you.
Holy shit, boys. This one is getting wild already. It's getting violent. The Dins are out in force. Jagger Swag representing the Din Brotherhood. Some big damage, though, from Smolps to start things off. And this is the problem that most of these players run into when they go up against Jagger. They get those big early hits, and then he's so consistent. Just comes back with some vicious damage of his own. It starts to look so promising right at the start, man. Can relate, Smolps. I know, man. He comes in strong. Them Enigma Claws are bad. Dude, I'm telling you, he's a savage, man. That was such a good fight. Did y'all finish up? We cut away to back down some of the queue, but that was looking like a good duel, man. I think it was 3-2 when we cut away. Oh, big hits for Smolps, and down goes the Jagger Swags. We've got a duel, boys. 1-2 in favor of Jagger Swagger right now, but this one, it's too early to tell. Too early to tell how this one's gonna go. All right, and here we go, man. Big damage for Jagger, holy shit. He goes LOL at the portal. LOL at the portal. Look at this. Smolp's trying to throw him off there, you know? Trying to throw him off. Oops, 1-3. Till get 4-2. Yeah, good duel, man. That was epic. Enigma is a savage on that Sin, huh, dude? Yeah, we see you busting out that bone prison there, like in the third round. I was like, yeah, he best be busting that out, man, because Enigma ain't no fucking chump. This guy's a problem. Can't be missing those. Gotta get up under it, man. He will punish you. He's a savage Sin player. Literally can't get his corpse because the, yeah, there it is.
Overburdened.
Couldn't get his corpse because the Oak Sage was on it. Hard telling. It could be a BOTD. We'll find out after. The thing is, it's, different swaps for different matchups. Ah, he says he has meta. That's why he's like, all right, I got meta. He's like, kill me, I got meta. Hell yeah, dude. Oh my god, this is wild. 1-3 in favor of the Jagger Swags. Holy shit, man. It's still early, but Jagger's off to an incredible start here early on. But it's still early. Smolps ensures that Oak Sage is away, but damn, man, the RNG of Oak Sage is so regrettable. So regrettable. And look at this, the fortitude as well. They are busting it out. No holds barred for this here matchup. Both these guys pulling out the most savage gear. Says thank you, Oak. Oak MVP there. Hell yeah, man. What a great duel between these guys. Look at this, Squigs coaching Dirty, giving him all the dirty tricks. Dirty don't need no more dirty tricks for that arsenal, alright? No, I couldn't read all that mid-duel. Yeah, right? He's dirty enough. He's dirty enough. Holy shit, man. And that time, Jagger does it with the Oak Sage up. That is so wild. That is so wild, man. Now 1-5, I believe, in Jag... Yeah, 1-5 in Jagger Swagger's favor. Holy shit, man. Certainly the toughest duel that Smolps has been in the Melee division so far. A true test. Will he make a swap? Is the question. No swaps yet, it doesn't look like. I think he's gonna stick with it. Think he's gonna stick with his setup.
I can't carry anymore.
Damn, son. Alright, and here we go. 1-5 in favor of Jagger Swagger, but Smolps lands some big hits here, and down goes Jagger. It ain't over till it's over. You never know how these things are gonna go, boys. You never know. Melee, sometimes the RNG gods can smile upon you, and sometimes they can laugh in your face. You never know which one it's gonna be. But Smolps is hoping tonight that they start shining in his favor. All right, and here we go. Big hits for the Jagger Swagger, though, to start, to start this round off. Holy shit. Wow, the discipline of the disciple of the Brethren Din player Jagger, previous dominant Melee DFC champion, trying to shut down the hype train of Smolps. That just hit so hard, Coooley forgot how to talk. Look, I'm giving the lore of the Din. Fuck's sake, are you a real brother? Or are you a fucking imposter, Din Jagger?
I am overburdened.
Look at this. These monsters have something to say about this. I'm a real Din. You know that by now. Then you can't hate on us telling about the Disciple Brotherhood, all right? We are all Heaven's warriors. And we now have a new target in Darius. We gotta take him out. That guy went up and started talking to Hadriel, and that is not allowed. What up, Paulie? Y'all are up next, man. We got Jagger Smolps right now, then Clint Paulie. Then AF50 versus Coooley. It's time to try out the new pieces of candy. I'll handle Darius, don't worry. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! In the face! In the face of Mecha! Mecha got absolutely slaughtered by RNG tonight. He even mentioned it. He's like, CA proc, like, early on in the round so often. It's how it is, man. Still testing that. No worries. No worries. If you need some time, we'll go AF50. AF50 and Coooley next. Just let me know. Keep me posted. We could jam it. Damn, son. Jagger Swagger pulling away with it here. 2-8 so far, but these rounds have been pretty close. And he's just eking it out, just pulling ahead here. And there it is. He's going for his first swap. And it's very likely an inventory, a charm swap here is what Smolps is going for. You notice that because his body is still in the inner cloister. Going for a charm swap, likely swapping to, I would guess, more AR. The problem here is you've got the CA proc of the Din, right? As soon as that Chilling Armor procs, it gets so much harder to hit him. And, you know, AR is something you got to stack up, but the Din can really stack up that defense. All right, brother, all right. I don't have a game up AF50.
I can't carry
Or maybe
anymore.
I do, actually. Hold on. Yeah, actually, join Zeus Alpha. ZEUS, password Alpha. I guess I do have a game up. Damn, son. 2-9 now in favor of the Jags. Yeah, let's get ours in after this AF50. Give Paulie some time. It shouldn't take long. I might just have to retoken real quick. But I warn you. I'm busting out the Punch-Out theme. Fair warning, alright? Alright, this could be the biggest comeback in Melee history if he can do it. If Smalls can pull it, and just like that, it's over. Just like that. But this is a turning point right here. This is going to be something. Smolp stepped in, just started flatlining people in Melee. And this time, he has met his match with Jagger. Jagger did it dominantly. And I gotta say, that's gonna be something right there that Smolps remembers. Look at that walk speed right there. That was some controller movement. That was some stunting on controller shit right there. Unstoppable force meets immovable object, and somehow Jagger comes out on top. Holy shit, boys. Alright, it does look like an EBOTD Berserker axe there, I would guess, from Smolps. Unless it's some... Yeah, that's... Oh, no, it's an EDC. Interesting. EDC. Very nicely rolled. 280 with a Zod rune. He's got himself the Angelics. Metamorphosis. Love it. Yeah, and look at that, dude. The low Zod crescent there. We gotta take some notes from the Jags, because this right here is the setup. Get yourself a sick small crescent like that. And he does that to stack up the Deadly Strike. He's giving up a little bit of damage over, say, EBOTD, but he's ensuring that he's just always critting. That's why it always feels like you get smashed by a fucking Mack truck versus Jagger. He puts so much stock in the Deadly Strike, always ensuring that no matter what you get hit with, you're gonna feel it. And that certainly was the theme with the crescent that he used here today, and it really paid off, man. Really swung that duel in his favor quite substantially. Jagger thought he was Michael Vick. Could have fooled me. LOL. Just abusing them doggos, you know? I see what you did there. I'm not totally retard. Well, GG's, Smolps. That was epic. We were all rooting for you. I mean, nice job, Jagger. You did all right, you know. You did well. He says he needed a new fur coat. Had to do it, man. Had to do it. Had to get it in. Yeah, had to get it in. All right, boys, let's do this. It is time. We may have to token for this bout right here, but it will be an epic one. Because, thanks to Mecha, we've got this. We've got to get ourselves a Hell Rune, though. Oh, yeah, I got one right here. All right, good stuff, good stuff. We're going to have to token. We have to do a little bit of tokening. But that is no problem. That is no problem. Look at this. All right, we put this here. Use this straight from the belt. What is that, a 6? Is that a 630, Joel? What is this? It's going to be a... I guess we're going to find out. Actually, I think it's a 30 max, Joel, and this has min damage 6 on it. So, this is interesting. If that's the case, then the min damage will make this ED only apply to the max, which is fine. All right, let's jam it. Here we go, baby. It is time. Now, do we need to token at all? Let's see, 220. That's looking fine. 146. That looks fine. I think we're good. Oh, man. This is about to get violent. This is about to get violent, boys. Let's fucking do this. Holy shit. Holy shit, man. All right. All right, I'm ready. We're gonna do this. Oh, yeah! We're gonna jam it. We're going in straight Punch-Out theme. We're doing this. The real fight of the night right here. You know it. Punch-Out BM, he says. Look, we gotta pull out all the tricks. We gotta pull out all the tricks. Alright, here we go, baby. Alright. New Pally Vizzo. Oh my god! There it is! We back in the melee game, boys! Hell yeah!
Hello.
It's not the Pally Vizzo, it is definitely Punch-Out. Alright, here we go. Big hits to start things off. Oh my god, holy shit. That was close. That was close, but Punch-Out saved us there. Oh man, we got ganked that time. Alright, we still in this. We still in this. Alright, brother. Yeah, y'all are up next, man. We're gonna get this in, and then we'll cut right over, bro. Alright, here we go. 2-1. 2-1. We just gotta stay on top here. We just gotta stay on top. Big damage. This is scary. Pally Vizzo, baby. 2025? That's pretty good, man. That's a good one. I love those. Perfect PvP annies. Oh my god, what is this? What is this? Alright, alright. 2-3. Chop him down, AF50. It ain't gonna happen. I got the Punch-Out theme. It can't happen with Punch-Out. Not twice in a row. Oh my god, dude, what is this? What is this? Threes, baby. That's a bad one to lose. We were so close. Alright, hold up. Swap one. Alright, here we go. We're swapping out this charm. We're doing it big. Nah, it doesn't make any sense. I guess we just stay like this. Alright. We good. Alright. Big swaps. Oh, we caught him. Caught him on the walk. 4-3, baby. LOL. That's awesome. All right, here we go. Holy shit. Big hits from the AF-50, though. Big hits. Come on, baby. Damn, son. Tie game. What is this?
Love those misclick wins.
Hey, me too, man. The tax man himself, Bada. Bro, thank you so much, man. With the signature 2026. Bro, that's so crazy. Big cheers during this duel. Mid-duel cheer. Oh, fuck. Look. I did that one for you, Bada. He got me while I was distracted doing a cheers. He got me while I was basically at the mana pool. That's all right. We'll get him back for it. We'll get him back for it. Ooh, shit. Okay, come on. There it is. There it is. I told you. That one's for you, Bada. Big cheers, brother. 5-5. I know, right? Hell yeah, man. Y'all better see that Annie and recognize. Y'all better see the Annie and recognize. The bot is on a whole different level. Son of a bitch, dude. It sucks to get so close and to lose it. It sucks to get that close and to lose it. 6-5 for the Loot Goblin. Oh my god, that time we gave him a taste of his own medicine that time. We were basically won the entire fight. 6-6. Well, you know what this next one's gonna be. I ain't even saying it. I ain't going for it. Oh, it's gonna be. It's gonna be. Oh my god, dude. Alright, it is now indeed 6-7. It is indeed 6-7. We did it. Someone had to say it. Alright. Alright, no more fucking around. Sorry, AF50, we're pulling the fucking kid gloves off now. We ain't fucking going easy anymore. Next round. Next round, we're pulling the kid gloves off. First round's free. First 8 are free. First 8 are free. We ain't fucking around no more. Mouse spinning skills, do you guys see that? Everybody was laughing at my mouse spinning skills earlier. Like, oh, that doesn't matter. That doesn't affect anything. Oh, now what have you got to say? Now what have you got to say? Look at this mouse spinning. Look at this. This is almost perfect. Almost perfect mouse spinning. It ain't over. It ain't over. Almost perfect mouse. Bill, cut away. All right, our back is against the ropes. Our back is against the ropes indeed, folks. We're gonna have to pull this one out. This is getting crazy. Bill, where is it? Bill, give it to me. I need some inspiration. We need it. All right, here we go. I'm gonna need it because our back is against the ropes. That's what it is. There it is, baby. Match point down to the wire.
Tight fight.
Hell yeah, man. And Samid I Hack. Bro, thank you so much for the 5 Canadian coin tip, bro. We're gonna take this. No! No! Yes, with the LLD charm flex. Yeah, well, you're lucky. All right, you're lucky. Holy shit. He did it without a Pally Vizzo. What is this? All right, we're going to be looking into this, guys. We're going to be looking into what's going on here. He did it without a Pally Vizzo. So obviously, we're going to have to put him on suspension until we get this figured out. Because that is clearly some hacks going on. LLD charms. Yeah, I'm glad you guys also think, and Angelic Wings, yeah, we're going to have to check into this. EDC, yeah, obviously, big hacks. Hacks. Wow, look at that. Crazy. Yeah, this is what we were rocking right here. This is the typical Din setup. I think we need to get a Haas. We need to track down a Haas, put it in this guy's inventory, and swap to it. Because we totally would have used it for that. Totally would have. Would've, could've. G fucking G. And he gets the dub, man. Big cheers to AF50. That was dope, dude. Rip the dream. Yeah, EDC now banned. Exactly. Now banned. If by EDC you mean AF50, yep. Officially banned. Officially banned. We're gonna be looking into this. We're gonna be looking into it. GG's, man. Oh yes. Yes. Thank you for reminding me. Here, I've got a prize for him. Prize for him from last week. GG, there it is, man. Epic. Epic. Very close, man. Very good duel. Holy shit. Alright, what's the status with the polytheist? And hell yeah, Leroy, what is this? Alright, look, I'm not sure if Paulie and Clint are gonna be able to jam it, but you know what we do have? Courtesy of our boy Leroy. You know what we do have? Well, we've got ourselves some games. Let me fire this up the right way here. Let's get on the right account so we can start poking these down. We've got some D-clones courtesy of Leroy. Let's see what we get, boys.
That Cavemankin 7029 became a member.
Bro. Caveman Ken, the man, the myth. Bro, big cheers to you. Thank you so much for the S-tier. S-tier membership. Jesus Christ, dude. Big cheers for that. And also, I didn't get a proper cheers in during the fight. But Samid I Hack. Big cheers to you, man. Thanks for the 5 Canadian coin tip. You guys the best, man. Really appreciate that. Clint has a scrim right now. I think we might push. All right, yeah. Yeah, no worries, man. We're just going to start. Just let me know when you're ready to jam. We're going to be in here. We're gonna rip a we gotta go get a 2020 Annihilus charm real quick. That's it, man. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, take your time. We'll just be a couple minutes. We're gonna get a rather savage charm here. So, yep, that's what we're gonna be doing. We're in this, boys. We might have lost a couple of duels tonight, but there's one duel we won't lose. D-Clone. This guy is going down. And with it comes the 2020 Annihilus charm that we're about to pop. It's kind of wild that we just know what we're going to get. But we are indeed going to get a 2020. I didn't say it was going to be in this game. Alright, I didn't say it was going to be in this one.
Good day.
Oh, really? No shit, dude. No shit. That could be what it is. Yeah, I don't know what it was. I thought my left click skills there were actually pretty savage. I thought I was on point with that. The skill was hardly matched. Those circles were so tight. Alright, so here's the 2020 we promised. Actually not really that bad. That's really not that bad. I might actually stash that for like a alt account or something.
It is an honor to serve.
It's got the 10 XP, you know? We might stash that on an alt account. We might do it. Whiskey in front of the keyboard that helped. Hell yeah, man. That one wasn't bad. The true friends are the 2010s we find along the way. That's very true. All right. This one is the Bear Paw 2020. Sorry, wrong game. It's this one.
Can I take you?
This one is indeed going to be the Bear Paw 2020. As promised. As promised. Can you fucking imagine? It was Bear Paw too? It was Bear Paw. We were halfway there. We were halfway there.
Good day.
All right. Damn. We keep getting the Bear Paw too, man. These want to be, these so badly want to be 2020s.
Your presence honors me.
That was the Bear Paw 2020, guys. That was the one. I told you. I told you it was gonna be a Bear Paw 2020. Y'all didn't believe me. Y'all thought I told you as promised. I don't fucking break my promises, alright? I don't break my promises. We don't just call the stats. We call the graphics. Never doubted you for a second. Thank you. Thank you, Donkey Daily. This one is just gonna be a football 16-17, nothing special. Oh. 18-18. Damn, son. I'm happy with that 2020, though. I'm happy with that one. Bro, thank you so much, Leroy. Hell of a guy. Where is it? Right here. Oh, yeah, we'll keep that one, man. We'll keep that one. That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one right there. I'd do it. I'd do it. Just noticed I missed a message from Harlot way back too. Shit, that was a long time ago. My bad, bro. My bad, bro. And damn, son,
That
what?
Leroy Sunset became a member. That Leroy Sunset celebrates 37 months of membership. Rip another perfani in my games and I quit lol.
Oh man, Leroy, you make the best games for me. You see, if I make the game, BattleNet knows it's me. Blizzard's like, nah, we're not giving you shit. But if you make it, they don't know it's me. And then we just rip 2020s. Bro, big cheers. Thank you so much. Legend tier for an absolute legend. 37 months. The OG, man, the first ever membership on the channel, Leroy. This guy, absolute savage, man. 2029. We almost had the 10. I don't care too much really about the 10. It's nice to have. At this point though, I got like 4 or 5 of them. So enough for all my leveling builds and spares for my PvP. You know, when I get my perfect gear and shit, you know, I've also got me a perfect Annie. Right now, it's all about just having enough 2020s, right? We just gave one away the other day. Who was it? Someone popped in as part of the prize. I think might have been Kyle, actually. He popped in, won a prize in the DFC, and he was like showing me some of his gear, and he didn't really have a good Annie. So I actually just threw him a 2020 out of the stash, man. I was like, that should help. And look at that. It's like good karma in the universe, you know? Hell yeah. 37 months, man. Friggin' crazy. All right, let's check up the queue here. Let's see what's going on. We'll give these guys a couple minutes if there's any stragglers. I'll also give Harlot a little bit of time here to respond as well. In the meantime, this might be a good time to check out, to start up a little poll. Let's see what we've got.
Have you or a loved one been involved in a violent duel to the death? Then you could be entitled to a Fight of the Night bonus. Show up and put on a show, and one of these pricey prizes could be yours. Brought to you by Mooches, Hall of Fame phenom and timeless champion of the DFC. Show up, show out, but most importantly, show off those PvP skills.
Oh, baby! That was like Brad Pitt and Troy right there, baby.
Wow. So many fucking legends up in here, man. Just want to take a moment to come and thank all of you guys. Really appreciate the support. Without you, it really wouldn't be possible to afford the golden desk, the golden statues, the perpetual scrolling wall of absolute 24 carats inscribed with some legendary names on them in the back there. That wouldn't be possible. Just want to let you know I appreciate it. Feel free, members only up in here. If you ain't on the list, you stay out in the vestibule. You guys feel free to come in, bask in the golden sunlight, especially Leroy. Big cheers, man. But big cheers to everyone. But now, I'm putting this poll together here. This is a tough night of fights to vote on, man. I'm going to do this a little differently. We're going to do this a little differently. We're gonna have 2 people per vote. The entire fight. I think this is an appropriate night for it, man. And I think it's an appropriate night for it. And what we'll do is we'll split up the 5K forum gold between 2 people. Because damn, son, they deserve it. All of these are really, really good. There have been so many. There have been so many savage duels tonight. And there it is. The poll should be up here real soon. There it is. Cast your votes. We'll give this one till X20. We'll give this one till X20. Get your votes in. Select the most moving duel that you saw tonight. The most moving one. And from there, we shall jam. We shall award it. Let's get in there, boys. Hell yeah, dude. Another big cheers to Leroy. That's fucking awesome, man. That's fucking awesome. Guy made 7 games for us to go farm Annihilus Charms. He knows that I might have a bit of an addiction to farming D-Clone. You know, it's just, it's how it is. And he always enables that. You know, the best friends enable your addictions, they say. I think that's some sort of proverb. Are they really a friend if they don't enable your addictions? Confucius once said that. You can look it up. Anyway. Point is, we got some D-Clones in there. And we got a 2020 Annie. That shit was sick, man. Big cheers. Giving this one till X20, so call up your friends from high school, all of that. Let them know. Def rigged by Enigma Dirty for sure, banger. Yeah, I think those are all so good, man. Those are all so good. There were so many great options here. Riz versus Foozer was the Barb v Sin mirror match that these guys swap back and forth. Just 2 of the most aggressive, most savage, most skilled players ever. Going at it in the Bloodmore, I think that was so good. Enigma v Dirty was so awesome. Tends to be a longer duel. I think we had to cut away from it, but definitely a good one. Enigma was looking so clean on that Sin. Dirty's just always so good. Adaptable. The guy just, man, you think you got him, and then you don't. He's just nasty, man. The comeback king. DD versus Nimrod was also pretty savage. I gotta say, I was very impressed with Nimrod. I thought it was gonna just be a miserable looking shutout. It was a shutout, but it was not miserable. Nim actually did really good. The hams looked incredibly well placed. That guy is just dancing around the LLD Bloodmore like nobody's business. Like, that looked really good. He's just showing the skill, man. Showing the skill. And then, of course, Mecha versus Darius in the Melee division. Holy shit. Darius D2R, the legend himself. Getting that Melee title. It's going to be crazy. Another few seconds for this poll. Get him in. Get him in. That's right. So it's called the responsibility. We're adults now. Exactly. Yeah, Leroy is helping with me with my responsibility as a decorated din to slay D-Clone and save Sanctuary from pure evil. So that is an obligation, a responsibility, if you will. I appreciate it, man. But we got him. We ganked that D-Clone. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. And there it is. Looking like a pretty clear winner right there. The Riz and the Foos. These guys pulling through. That was pretty wild. Pretty wild, man. Riz and Foos. Really good duel. Really, really good duel. Definitely much deserved. Much deserved. Is there no one else? Is there no one else? Just checking in here real quick. Doesn't look like it. I think we're good, man. I think we're jamming, slamming, ready to Alabama it right out of here. Hell yeah, man. Great event tonight, guys. All of these matches, I was so excited to see them. Y'all showed up and put on a show. This shit was violent tonight, man. Looked real clean, real good. Man, big cheers to you guys. Just a great night. Yeah, I'm probably not too far behind you, Odin. Maybe I am, actually. I'm kind of a vampire. I'm kind of, yeah. I'll be up until about that time, my time. Thanks for joining, brother. I appreciate it. Bill, let's bring it out of here in style. Hell yeah. Look, boys, don't cry. I mean, we will be back next week, you know. Someone get Joby up in here. We need to teach him a lesson. Every week, boys, it gets better and better. It's so crazy. Well, some great vibes up in here tonight. It felt smooth, like a Squigs chain lock in the moor. What a legend, man. All of y'all. We'll see you next week. See you in the Discord. Peace.